Welcome back to another Angry Coach Marathon. I don't think it's the first one of 2021, but I thought by this point, finally, people would stop playing this silly game and keep their comments and criticisms and critiques confined to the Twitch chat. But no, after a few more weeks, it is clear that people are still playing StarCraft 2, if what they're doing could be called that. We've got a wide variety of opportunities here, from the 4 people in the Gold League, all the way down to Kybert in the Platinum League, or wherever the hell he is now that he doesn't deserve to be, and a handful. We've got a few emails, we've got a few general commentaries. I don't know what else you want. Like, we got hours of content that, even though on average some of you on YouTube will watch for an hour, YouTube will still get mad at me. Like, people are only watching 20% of your video. It's like, no shit, YouTube. It's 7 hours long. It's like, well, have you thought about not having a Lord of the Rings extended edition and director's commentary for every one of these videos? No, we haven't. I haven't thought about that, and you haven't thought about how to play StarCraft. So with that, Angry Coach. Jimmy, put the music on. Terran music. Other Terran. Okay. Platinum Protoss. That's how we started. It has been a few weeks. So, in 2021, Angry Coach will be not every week. I feel, not just because of YouTube's commentaries, but because you can only be so angry. Like, I'm not an angry person. I'm just easily disappointed. Because I have an expectation, unrealistic, that people will take the initiative and be responsible for their own improvement in whatever they're doing. And I really should have realized by now that is not the case, but I continually have to reconcile that. So, with that said, another day, but I think every other week. So that way we can really G-Unit. Wow, here we are. We're here. That's a lot of punctuation and a lot of conversation. But, at the end of the day, I don't really see... I don't... What? Oh. This feels like a NPC like it feels like one of those conversations in an RPG that the NPCs just happen to have right as you're listening in. It's like, why are you saying this now? You've been sitting around for like hours. Okay, this is an interesting scout path. Looks like we're trying to wall off the Reaper, kind of. So, like, do we really have to start out by talking about pylon efficiency and necessary infrastructure safety? Okay? Remember it. Pen is. And while this isn't the worst pylon location, when you build the pylon this far out, you're not going to be able to make a shield battery easily. Are you really stopping the Reaper from getting to your mineral line? This feels like someone watched at the TV at the bar professional StarCraft game, and this is what they remember of where to put their goddamn pylons. Because right now, and also the build order, it's like, I'm going gate expand, but wait. Cybercore. Well, that that just slowed it down. But basically, you know, when I come in with a criticism like that, and then you just agree with it after giving me $15 to look at this disaster? Remember what I said at the start about people learning how to improve on their own? I doubt it. Like, he's gonna build a pylon. You gotta build a second pylon. I'm not a rapper, but I've heard the platinum single. Hashtag G unit. Hashtag 30 times 50 cents for this. Okay. So far we have 420 APM right now. We got 242 APM. So that's a lot of actions. And now, with that much action, that much deliberation, Michelle, what is your first tech building? What is the first tech building you're going to build? And will it be in a relatively timely manner? That's all I want to know. A Twilight. Okay. The Terran rocking out at 29 APM. Well, this is not the... No. Wrong tab. Irrelevant. Okay. Stop it. You're hurting me. Okay. Extra shame today is on Diamond Terrans after this week of Diamond Terran action, which means they are much more prone to getting strikes. But if I see you make 25 actions without doing any actions, that's a strike. Let's see. Gateway, Adept, alright. Nexus, 1. Cybercore, starts Warp Gate. You know what? Fair. 1. Or removing the rally point. I'm not counting that as a thing. You already did that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Winter, what are you supposed to do right now? Maybe you could scout with the probe? Maybe you could chrono boost your fucking Adept? You'll probably get around to that after you jerk off your Nexus enough. Wait for it. I'll give him this. The Twilight is on time. I mean, my immediate instinct is, did you want to lose all of your tech to one drop? But we're a long way off that.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Oh my. It's hurting me. I want to make it very clear, this is hurting me. Like, watching this is like listening to a middle school band play fucking Ode to Joy right now. It's like, I know what you're playing, but I don't want to be here. Also, no one, especially the goddamn drummers, have ever heard of anything below maximum volume. You see when it says pianissimo? That means play louder!
I'm here on the shadows.
That's what I'm getting from... Play faster! Alright, we're gonna go blank. So... Oh my god. I'm just... You know what? For my personal mental health, that's a strike. Just in general. Holy fuck. I average 200 APM as Protoss. Machau, are you better than me? Are you noticeably and significantly better than me? Because either way, this answers... And then, the only way to recover here is to tell me, why do you have 300 APM right now? It's a habit. Okay. It hasn't actually hurt yet. Like the reason I haven't just turned off the replay is because it hasn't hurt. And that is an okay step. Like, it hasn't slowed down the tech or the building of the probes yet. Being in a band requires going outside and having fun. Do you not have the internet? I ask you, Mr. Twitch chat. Okay.
Donation confirmed.
Been a while
Series
since
of
my last
questions.
Angry coach, but I made it to Masters now.
Sorry to hear that. Series of questions. So, he's on one base. Okay. What does that mean? And okay, I'm going to give you credit. I bet you can answer that. So why don't you need any more units? You think one shield battery and one gate is the all the tools you need to defend whatever one base action the Terran has? I assume. Instead of having fucking units by building gateways in order to build said units, it feels like we're acknowledging that the Terran exists. Now, there's a difference between microing your macro. For those intelligent people, there's a difference between over-scouting and freaking out no matter what your opponent is doing. The difference here is, it's not so much that he's ignoring his opponent, it's just his build is bad. It's not like you don't have the money to get 3 gates when Warp Gate comes out. You're sitting here building 2 probes, credit, by the way, building a shield battery with 1 fucking gateway. You're gonna have a grand-ass total of 1 gate. Hashtag gate. Where is all that money going? It's not. It's going into your carpal tunnel recovery fund. At this stage. A repetitive stress injury and a mental repetitive stress injury all at the same time. Where are the gateways? Once you get done with this. Yeah, what do you need the gas for? What is the gas for? The 1 gate? It's gonna happen in a second or a minute? Both of those are half a minute at least too late. By the time Warp Gate is halfway done, you should have found your way to at least a second, if not a 3rd gate. If you're gonna tell me at any point in the future from this stage, I picked right here for a reason, because Warp Gate is less than 10 seconds from done. A gateway, which you cannot chrono boost, I might add, is 46 seconds. So therefore,
the numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you.
And even if we're not scouting, which, yes, technically you scouted, but let's put like 14 quotation marks around that. He's on 1 base. Even if you were trying to do a, quote, macro build, this is what we call, quote, fucking bad.
Your research.
Instead of selecting all of the very few things you have, maybe build more. Maybe build more. Like, you just cycled through all the things you can't build off of, and then decided, you know what, alright, we're good. That's where we are. Because you're just in this endless cycle. You're running around in circles with a toddler with a fucking switchblade right now. Like, Mom, look! And there is a video. I'm referencing something specific. One of my favorite. It's not a meme. Everything's a meme now. When you can't describe something, it's a meme. But here's a meme. But one of my favorite things on the internet is this video. And this is you. This is you, my friend. In every way.
Let me see what you have. No! And let me see what you have. No! And let me see what you have. No!
Let me see what you have. 500 APM. No! Don't! It's hurting you. The danger is too great. Okay. What are you walling off against? Answer me this. What are you walling off against? Oh, I don't know, because I saw some pro players do it. Why did they do it? Because they scouted Hellions, or think there's a legitimate threat of Hellions, because Hellions are the only thing that you need to wall off against, and you haven't seen a single fucking Hellion. No. If he was gonna have Hellions and he was a competent player, which is unlikely because he's facing you on a relatively well-matched StarCraft 2 matchmaking system, despite how many people complain about it, because their balls are so tiny they might as well be playing field hockey right now. Well, guess what? If he was gonna have Hellions, your probes would already be dead, but based on the fact your probes have been intimately caressed by your mouse cursor a few dozen times in the last few minutes, and we're 4 minutes into the match, I don't think Hellions are a real and present fucking danger. But then again, your pylon placement is so intensely mediocre, where the fuck else are you gonna put the gates? So whatever. It's not so much about the wall-off being backfiring at best, because if he doesn't have Hellions, most of your units, inexplicably, because you're an advanced alien fucking race who didn't figure out how to build units that have more range than the goddamn Terrans slinging bits of metal across the map. Either way, this wall hurts you against everything but Hellions, because say he has siege tanks, or Whittle mines, or Marines. Now your Zealots gotta go single file, one by one, through your stupid-ass gateways that not only are late, but you couldn't even figure out where to put them in the first place. And here's the most beautiful part of all this. That gateway, all other things notwithstanding, the fact that it's late, the fact that it's unnecessary, the fact that it'll probably backfire, it was in the right spot. That is the beauty of it. Has he built a fucking Twilight Council yet? Kilroy, how many fucking times does Twitch chat have to look at Twitch chat instead of looking at the goddamn production tab? Maybe if you weren't constantly blinking over and over, aka keeping your goddamn eyes closed, you could see there's a Twilight Council upgrade in the production tab. So maybe leave it to the fucking professionals. But I'm sleepy. Well, then blink permanently.
I'm here in the shadows.
What is the warp prism for? And, of course, Kybrit, at this point, this was just obvious bait, and you know I can't resist. In typical Kybrit manner, says, continues lurk by typing in chat. Like, hey guys, remember Kybrit? Says Kybrit. Don't worry, we'll get there. Be fucking patient. Play one ladder game, we'll be there in an hour.
Scout Prism.
If only there was some sort of thing that comes out of the robotics facility that could watch what your opponent is doing, and then you could tailor a poorly fitting response just like you have in the rest of the game. But I don't know what that thing would be. Oh, we're gonna go forge. We're just gonna get the rest of the tech tree. And it wasn't Machab that said Scout Prism. It was Machab who's just kind of said things and decided sending this in was a good idea. Okay, we're just gonna keep building. Hey, here's a fucking novel idea. You might be like, well, I have the money. Why not build batteries? You have the money because of the stupid-ass gateways. This is the biggest issue. Don't let my flowery words and my coddling demeanor mistake you here. But the gateways being this incredibly late is a huge issue. That will be the difference between Diamond or Masters. Your gateways being 2 to 3 warpins late, that's why you're sitting around building shield batteries in random locations and building all your tech where it could be burned at the edge of your main. It's like you just left it out there with an Artosis pylon and the juiciest tech tree, and you know this is a Metal League Terran. Anywhere from bronze all the way to diamond, the only thing this Terran will do is a drop. Okay, if he's sat in his base for 5 minutes, there are 2 options. It's either battlecruiser or drops. And whoop-de-fucking-do, look at that. Can you believe a Terran player who is a total bitch? And no, not Kybrit, but this guy is loading up 2 medevacs, gonna head exactly in that fucking direction. And while we may have Blink, I think there's a very real chance that the Stalkers, when they do finally react, will blink directly into those units after the entire tech tree has been chopped off like the Amazon rainforest. But let's see. What the fuck do you expect? So let's compare. Let's compare. In these last 30 seconds, let's count how many different things are selected. You know, actually we don't need to do that. Let's just do this.
I'm here in the shadows.
Carrier has arrived.
And his name is John C. He's gonna get in the ring and put boots to asses. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now?
My sister just started playing and is a true Bronze League hero PLS judge or replay.
Oh my god, never mind. He's spamming the Nexus hotkeys while he's doing this. I thought it would go to 0, but no. The spam continues. I don't know if that's better or worse. It's not good, but I just don't know if it changes anything. Motherfucker, you have Blink. What, do you got 2 stalkers coming across the map right now? What is this, a MOBA? The only thing that's given me more cancer than this replay is League of Legends, but right now I'm not sure what I'm looking at. And Dota Twitch chat. But that's a whole different story, and I don't think you're smart enough to play Dota, my Protoss friend.
Research complete, but have we learned anything?
This is just a general strike too. Can you fucking believe this, like, platinum Terran player just dropped? Wow. Do you recall? You buffoon? You pathetic excuse for a clown fiesta? On top of that, why are you attacking him at all? With your entire army, which is 4 fucking units, by the way. Why are you attacking him? You impatient son of a bitch! You kindergartner! You, where's that video? Why did we close that video? A knife! Explain to me this, quote, attack timing. I'm waiting. He's been responding pretty quick. Not responding now. Not a clue, honestly. I'll give you some clues, or I'll give you some raging fucking clues. It's because you can't sit still for like 3 minutes without doing something stupid. Better? You know, you were very close there, though. I did coerce it. Like better to be thought a fool than open your mouth and prove it. And here we have you with your stupid build, which is a terrible drunken impression of a decent opener. Sitting back like you've scouted. You scouted multiple times. There's a probe at the bottom of his goddamn ramp right now. The probe went up and you saw 0 units. And you thought, huh, I guess he has 0 units. What are you? Like literally a chipmunk or something? I don't know. I was gonna say like a 4-year-old, but I think a 4-year-old would be able to do a little bit more extrapolating than that. I don't think he has fucking 0 units. I don't think he's AFK. He has units. So why are we sending 100% of our very few across the map? The reason is because you have the patience of your average Facebook user.
Save those probes. You can't okay.
Expected BC, not Marines. And how would that have... And, okay, let me rephrase my question. Why are you sending all your units across the map? And by rephrase, I mean repeat the same fucking question. How would that matter? And if you expected battle cruisers, why is there a fucking robotics bay with an immortal popping out right next to it in a world filled with nothing but Terran? And also, if it was a battle cruiser, then why are we attacking it with 4 stalkers and a warp prism? The original opening is blink into Colossi? Then what the No, well, that would have been nice to do. What you did was 1 gate into blink, into 2 more gates, into a warp prism, and you have yet to start any Colossi. Usually, even assuming both players expanded, openers are set and done with by 5 minutes. At 5 minutes, usually in a much higher level game, obviously, you're looking at 3 bases and all the way down the tech tree. Here, we finished a Robo Bay just in time to lose it to a 1-base Terran. It's not it's called a build order. So doing it, I will give him this. 90% of the things he's done were in the correct order. There was 1 gate expand, into blink, into Robo Bay. But unlike the 337 APM, which is it's nearly 10 fucking times the Terran player, and I bet that there's a better than even chance you lose this game. I doubt he loses. What I think fucking happens, because obviously the Protoss has had the drunken bar brawl with the Protoss build in the background, is the Terran player has literally this attack. That's it. And then after 15 minutes, the Protoss recovers, is like, oh my god, look at this sick comeback. Let me send it into Winter. Even though that the Terran player with 10 times less APM has done critical damage to you when you had every single opportunity not to fuck this up. This is like, wow, that toddler almost stabbed me to death. But I, a fully grown adult, arguably, was able to shoot him in the head in 10 minutes. Because he got tired and his little arms didn't work very well. Yeah, no shit, he's a platinum fucking Terran. That's who you're playing. And you almost died. But yeah, this game doesn't end in 5 or 4. It ends in 17 minutes. You know what that means? You sent this in to stroke your ego, but continue stroking your keyboard uselessly. Your ego, on the other hand, should be appropriately small, if not non-existent, and you remember your pylon, efficiency, and necessary infrastructure safety rating, because right now, not looking very fucking safe. You have recall. If you're in a scenario where your opponent is on 1 base and you have to go into a base trade, let me be clear, this is incredibly terrible. This is so stupid. It hurts me.
Who does that?
Fuck this game, man.
What is the best case scenario here?
I am here.
Your warriors are under attack.
Okay, 3 strikes. 3 strikes, because I know I will give you another free replay if exactly what I'm about to say doesn't happen. So here, like, if I am wrong in any significant way about this, eventually we come back, realize we have more than enough money to actually focus on killing this, despite the fact most of the main base is gone, because right now we still... Well, we're down in workers, surprisingly. But the Terran player is a full-on Platinum Terran, so that means he's going to try to kill you several times and fail, and you're not going to be out on the map, because you're going to have to spend... You spent 6 minutes building infrastructure that he killed with the most obvious double drop in the history of double drops. We're going to spend another 6 minutes. He's going to attack in several times, but we already have upgrades on the way, so eventually the units are going to get so good, and then yada, 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 and after about 20 minutes, the Protoss Death Ball is going to be too strong, you're going to be too big to fail, and you'll eventually win in an epic comeback that was totally deserving of having nearly 10 times the APM of your opponent, and really played out like that. Let's see. Strike 3.
Get the fuck out of here!
You engage the enemy? Enemies in your base. Pylons looking for you.
One final question. One final question before we speed through the rest. Machao, if there's one unit that I have recommended, you're using my announcer pack, which is a little offensive, but if there's one unit I have told Protoss players that they shouldn't build because they are almost certainly incapable of making it worth it, it is expensive and hard to use correctly. What is that unit? Could you tell me? Stalker, yes.
Need more pylons.
A knife! It's DTs. I really thought he wouldn't attack.
You took all the minerals from that cluster, you thief.
I was wrong. I was wrong. Because I thought Machal would, like, for some reason, like, become a... It's the Terran who's becoming the decent player. Our Protoss friend is reverting to his silver ways. Don't fucking lie to me. This is the most silver shit ever. If you had a brain, which is definitely in doubt, you'd realize, oh, he's on 2 base, I'm on 2 base, I need to wait for him to move out. But we're constantly attacking in to a Terran in his natural state, which is turtled up on 2 base.
Mind out of that cluster.
Instead of just, you know, building shit.
Research is...
You may choose any current season Protoss replay? No. You think I was actually gonna... The only way I was gonna honor that is if you stop being stupid. Complimenting the Terran doesn't count. You're still being fucking stupid here.
Your forces are just...
Like, why are we attacking in? At this stage... Oh my fucking god, is that 4 medevacs? I can't believe he just did a drop when he was stuck on less bases than us. How crazy. I can't believe a Terran player would just drop us with less bases. Incredible. Like, this... You have every opportunity not to throw victory from... Like, not to grasp defeat from the firm jaws of victory here. All you have to do is not try to kill him when he's on half as many bases as you. Because that is how you lose a fuck ton of units to siege units.
A mineral field.
Ah yes, the solution is to build a bunch of cannons in the edge of the main. Ah, that'll solve the drop problem.
Mineral field. A mineral field.
Think that's the 3rd warp prism loss to turrets?
You'll always
Probes are under
be my
attack.
angry coach.
It's a disaster. Being deconstructed. Mind out of that cluster. Your
What a crazy epic match! Wow, crazy base trade! Winter, watch this game, Bronze League Heroes! No, this is why, like, when people are like, Winter, play against Cyril or something. Do you have any idea how bad that would look? It's like this. This is like, oh my, the last 3 minutes, if you look at it in a goddamn vacuum, you have a Protoss player. The sad part of this is the Terran has a ton of bad habits. The Terran is stuck in the can't stop dropping mode, never figured out what an armory is. Like, he is the classic advanced, like, gold Terran. Like, he got this far, but he probably won't get much further. Whereas our Protoss player is trying his very best to do the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing in any scenario.
GG.
Jesus Christ. That was terrible. Thank you. C+. The problem, like, here's the problem. The macro was like a B+. Because plenty of probes, plenty of expansions, kind of focused on upgrades and tech. But the brain was like just a thumbs down. It's a thumbs down. Where's his free replay? I mean, the Terran did attack in. The Terran did attack in. It's just because you might be like, well, because the Protoss was on his front door is why he wasn't able to attack. No, that's what nearly lost the game. Oh my god, that was... Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not watching another one of those fucking disasters. I might give subs. I'll give subs to the chat. I'm not gifting him anything for my mental health. How do I make an angry face emoji? How do you make an angry face emoji without using an actual emoji? I need to put the Protoss, because remember, Protoss isn't about numbers. Protoss isn't about exact timings, it's about feelings. And that build felt like Blinkstalker Colossi, but to me, it felt terrible. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently we're dropping frames. I blame that disaster.
13
and we are.
Love, y'all whiner. WNTR love.
Excuse me? I never expected to get a passing grade. You literally picked Protoss. Oh yeah, of course, obviously.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Not by choice, per se. I prefer to play Zerg.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
Brain?
WNTR shame.
Okay, we're upping the goddamn price. 25! Yeah, everyone sends in their epic comebacks. So, is this the Terran? It's 25 bucks. But Winter, I didn't see it. Well, that's not my fucking problem. This wasn't a comeback? Well, we're about to... Wait, which one are we looking at? Which one is Tex Raider? John Brown sounds like a Tex Raider name. Oh, but apparently it's the Protoss. This wasn't a comeback. This was a very intense throw. Tell me right now, Tex Raider, are we about to watch the even worse version of that last game? Because it kind of looks like it. Always nice when just these things line up. I don't think so. So likely then.
New subscriber detected.
Tax Raider. What am I gonna say? Okay, he built a probe. Why no gas? Because the gas goes on 17. Once again, leave it to the professionals. The gas is like 4 seconds late, which is effectively nothing. You know how I know this is lower level? When was the last time the camera moved? And even though I think you probably know this, Text Raider, just for everyone, instead of leaving it on default, you can move the drag scroll and camera scroll speeds up, because the default is 20%, and that's why you get the... Thank you, V-Triple. Gifting! 20 to the people. Where did that other probe go? Was that technically looking for proxies? David Gifty as well. Thank you, David. 4 probes queued. I don't mind that. Though it does feel like he's forgetting what his own build is. And that is unfortunate. Thankfully, that probe died. I think that's going to help. If that probe dies, now we can focus on our base, which probably... Thank you, by the book. You generous. And Soviet Winter. Mods pay you. So this is Protoss versus Terran, correct? If only there was some 1-minute build that you could, because I know the attention span of your average Protoss player is pretty low.
Now I have your attention.
14 pylon, 16 probe, chrono boost, build a gate, scout with the probe, 17 assimilator, 2 more probes, 19 probe can go down the ramp. If he's already there, build a cyber core instead. Now 21 gas, 21 pylon, 22 if you won't forget, but you will forget, so stop fucking around. On the other side, does he have a gas? Yes, then you need maybe 2 build units. But if he has a Rex and just 1 gas, you're fine. Stop freaking out. Where's your second pylon? You need a pylon. You are platinum. Do you want to be diamond? Well, guess what? Fuck you. Build a second pylon. Where's your second pylon? You need a second pylon. Build a second pylon. Winter's so proud of this. I mean, most of my life is finding ways to not say the same fucking thing over and over. Because I have the good problem of so many people coming and making the same stupid fucking mistakes and making no effort to fix them themselves and thinking that their problems are unique where they're very mundane and not special at all. I'm sorry, can we if he has a Rex and just you are platinum, do you want to be diamond? Well, guess what? Fine. Stop you need maybe 2 billion. Stop. Do you want to be dime? A second pylon. You will forget, so stop. This part. If you won't forget, it's one of those where you're skipping around. Where is it? 21 pylon? If you won't forget. 22 if you won't forget, but you will forget. So stop fucking around. Does he have a gas? Text Raider said he got the first half right. We're 30 seconds in. We're 29 seconds in of a 58-second video. But then again, that would require basic math and numbers, and we've already established that Protoss are fucking capable of that. So we're on 22 supply with no second pylon, building a Nexus. It's not like you couldn't build a second pylon, but you did forget your second pylon. Here we are. Pretty sure I drop it after the Nexus. That is what we like to call in academia, way too fucking late, you fucking idiot. You might be like, well, I'm not even that supply block. Oh, we didn't want to build anything out of the gateway then, eh? That's mostly superfluous.
More power too.
This is the Gate of Shame. For those who haven't met the Gate of Shame before, this is when you forget some other part of your build and you're like, I have the minerals, I guess I need a gateway. This gateway will finish when the warp gate research is 80% done. There is no point in getting a second gate. It literally just slows down everything else. But you're like, well, I fucked it up this far. This seemed like a good idea. The beauty of this is it could have just been a robo. It could have been a Twilight. Probably should have been a robo. Almost certainly not saving up for a Stargate. That is a terrible idea. But it could have, should have, and would have been a robo if you had a memory, my boomer friend, of more than 30 seconds. But we've already established that is certainly not the case.
Glory to the Daylong.
The most important part of playing Protoss. I thought I stressed this in every single one of my guides and the low APM challenge. Is that the most important part, more than any other race, is your early tech, your first tech building. And then, of course, your follow-up after that. Yes, the tech was late. That's like if you showed up to D-Day like 2 days late. You're like, I'm here, guys. Well, you are. The Marines are elsewhere now. Believe it or not.
Your research.
The dropships have already landed. You can't just... So, you said you don't think this is going to be the same version of the last guy's replay. Yeah, the details are different. This is like saying, yeah, but he had chicken noodle soup. And his chicken noodle soup is only 10% chicken and 20% noodle and 70% Flint water. But mine is 69% Flint water. Lucky you. The other 1% is love. What are we defending? Why do we need batteries? Whatever. Like, the Terran over there is a worse version of the previous one. Somehow, like, as is customary, despite your best efforts, the Terran is worse. He is noticeably and significantly worse. Like, this is terrible. But that's something else. So remember, this is the person you're playing. A Terran player who has a planetary fortress and high-sec auto-tracking as their first upgrade.
You have engaged the enemy.
Okay, so here should be the thought process. As soon as you see a planetary with any amount of turrets, here's what you do. You are now playing a macro trainer. Congratulations. Your job is to get 75 probes and max out with +2/+2 Immortal Archon charge lot before 10 minutes. And even if you're off to this, like, aborted disaster here, you should be able to pull that off with no pressure whatsoever, because believe it or not, someone who got a planetary and at least 2 turrets, probably more, is not going to be able to field a particularly dangerous army anytime in the next half decade. Or, translate into StarCraft time, 5 minutes.
Mineral research is done. Your forces are just a little bit better.
This is way better than the last one. I will give you that. Like, this is the classic. The difference between Protoss and Terran is so clear. While they might be matched against each other, we're talking Diamond mostly. We're far from Diamond. Like the Terran players who are like, I'm desperately trying to do Euthermal's exact build order to the 12-minute mark, and stressing out so much they fuck it up. Whereas the Protoss players are like, Robo. Like, what did you think you were gonna see? Okay. Why are we going blink? What is the blink for? Ah, whatever. Classic. Well, Parting does it. Parting's lost most of all of the last matches we watched of him. He's lost every time. He lost against Maru. He lost against Dark. And he lost pretty badly because he just kept going Blink Stalkers instead of making units that are going to win the fucking game. But Parting's a lot of fun. Did you see his cooking streams? He's using the same water. That much is obvious.
Army under attack. You're on my...
Well, that flanking turret. I mean, you don't expect that one.
Upgrades finished up.
I played Toss and I'm not a stoner. I'm sorry to hear that. I do appreciate the diligent effort for hotkeys.
Mineral field. Research finished. Mineral pad.
And, like, you're at 126 supply. Why is now the time to go Stargate? Why is now, against the man building dozens of turrets, the time to go Stargate? Can you max out before reflexively ejaculating Stargates onto the map? You useless fucking Protosses? I had a thought he was turtling BC. Not a bad thought. But maybe build a bunch of Archons. And probes. And Nexi. Instead of trying to go, like, hard switch into Stargate. You can build 8 more Nexi now. That's what I did. You're not building any more Nexi. That's an important point. That is an incredibly relevant point. Oh, I don't know what he's talking about now. Why Phoenixes? Phoenixes counter BCs like flies counter F-15s. Poorly!
You're all mined out of that.
With
mineral
very
field.
little damage.
Your upgrade pylons are the powerhouse. A mineral field has been depleted. You took all the minerals from that cluster.
You can take, not one, not two, you gotta get in the habit of, if you have 3,000 minerals before you attack, like, take 5 more bases. Do it now. To build 10 more gates or take 5 more bases. Both. You got the fucking money.
I return to serve.
The only reason you're not taking more bases is because you're lazy and bad. It is a relatively simple thing to do compared to trying to figure out how to counter his army, or what unit composition to get, or where and how to attack. No, just build more shit.
We have solid intel file.
So he has Cloak Banshees. At least we recognize that relatively early. The Phoenix is actually incredibly good against Cloak Banshees, or regular Banshees, all Banshee flavors. Because Banshees are light units, unlike your mother. Just get like 20 lots and send them out to do what they can. He just did that. I don't know if that's what we're referencing, but you might have missed it because you were in Twitch chat, Sheba, but he literally did that before the attack. Like 5 seconds before the attack, and I was going to commend him, but I decided to gloss over it because he obviously was paying attention. He killed the 4th with Zealots off screen. That's the perfect situation.
Your base is crumbling under enemy attack.
This is the time for Phoenixes, by the way. And Banshees! Who do we call? Everyone! But I didn't build cannons. Well, when you see Banshees and you have 5,000 minerals, I'm gonna go ahead and take the maintenance lock off the cannons. All right? When you have enough minerals to build more cannons than you have probes, I don't think the math checks out, but it's kind of close, and it's getting closer as time goes on. Then maybe you could. Now is the time to build cannons. You know that oracles with revelation. This is way too much micro. This is way too much micro. But oracles with revelation can detect banshees for like 20 seconds, and it doesn't matter where they go. I don't mind pulling everything back to deal with the banshees. I do mind having no defenses against the next wave of banshees. Like, the reaction isn't, okay, now I build some cannons or shield batteries or like 4 more next side. The reaction is, okay, let's go. Okay, so this was great. Absolutely crushed him. So now what?
Still in the game? Nice.
Don't do that. He's on 2 bases, or is he? So, okay, here's what I want you... Before you attack a base, I want you to take your hands off the keyboard, which, unlike the last dude, is not going to be such a big hit to APM. Take your hands off the keyboard. I want you to look at the mini-map. I want you to count how many bases. Like, one base, 2... I know numbers are hard, okay? But you have fingers. It usually should be enough, okay? You have 2 hands. I'm somewhat confident. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So in your vision, in this scenario, now let's count his bases. Other hand. I will use the other hand. 1, 2. Okay, so we got 4. We got 2. If this number on your left hand, or what you see as the right, pick a hand, is bigger than the number on your other hand, then you better be real fucking confident. You gotta be 142% confident that you're gonna kill him right now. You gotta take just the time you spend counting. And also, might remind, this is not a metaphor. I literally want you to do this the next time you contemplate attacking. Is to count on your goddamn hands how many bases you have. And then maybe you'll have the time to think about, maybe he has other bases, which are maybe a little easier to attack than his goddamn natural.
You're all mined out of that mineral field. You've exhausted. You took all the minerals. Your probes mine that guy.
You could take every base on the map. I mean, with the money you have, not necessarily he doesn't have any base there.
Mineral field can't warp there.
There's nothing saying you can only take one base at a time. There are no rules nor regulations that say anything of that sort.
A mineral field has been depleted.
Wow.
Mineral patch is gone, and it's not coming. Base is under attack. Do you recall?
What am I watching? Okay.
Your base is under attack.
Oh my god, we figured it out. Banshees. You need to... So, is this where we remember observers have a siege mode? Oh my god, he's building oracles, I assume for detection.
Your pylon is under siege.
The madman. Yeah, this is where archons are kind of a big deal.
Save the pylon. Save the world.
You have... This is where building 3,000 minerals of cannons earlier would definitely have helped. Or having one... This entire army is countered by one observer and one phoenix. Fun fact. Also, what are the phoenixes doing on the other side of the map during all this? Are they... So what is this Robo Bay for? I was gonna say observer speed, but I didn't want to help him. Like, observer speed wouldn't even be a good one, but forgot the rally point on...
We meet our fate.
Do you mean hotkey? Yeah, once the Banshees actually did damage, it was over.
Being deconstructed by just another replay to send in.
Oh, wow. He gave him the K, and this is why people leave. Okay, well, the first few minutes were a bit of a disaster. Then it was kind of okay. And then the select alarm, like, he had 70 APM. Remember, max out, then Stargate. And then get you... Count! This little piggy started in the main. This little piggy went to the natural. This little piggy actually took a third in a timely manner, and this little piggy took a fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. Where do we get all that money from? And this little piggy said, oh my god, look at the deficit in our budget right now. I can't believe that you guys are taking all these Nexi when we could be building Stargates! But nobody listened to that little piggy, because that little piggy was a douchebag. So with all that said, by the way, it's a B for gold. I think with significantly more focus and more counting on our hands than, obviously, for those who don't, of course, as always, the reminder, Hope score is if you play a medium amount of games. Of course, it's different for many people, which is 5 per league. 5 for bronze, 10 for silver, 15 for gold, 20 for plat, 25 for diamond. If you're playing that in a month, how likely I think you're going to move up a league, or if you're in diamond 1 tier.
Fun fact, there's an institute that documents all of the different animals that have been sucked into airplane turbines during flight. This includes a cat, which was picked up by a bird of prey, which was then sucked into an airplane engine. Even then, that cat's day wasn't as bad as that replay. WNTR Cheer 500.
I thought it was a week, not a month. It is how many games per week, but the hope score is within a month. Like, I don't think in a week of playing 15 games he's going to get to platinum, but I think in a month of playing 15 games a week, it's pretty likely he'll get to platinum. It's Protoss Day. So now we had platinum. We had gold, and now let's try Diamond Protoss against Terran. So far, the Gold League is the most, at least, understandable. What is he, a random player? Not random. Then why is your gateway there? Like, how many times do we have to go over the pylon placements? This is diamond, so we're going to expect some basic understanding. There's a reason. Like, the pylons are not suggestions. It's like, I'm just going to throw it wherever. The entire point, if you watch every single... Here, let's, I'm going to find a Protoss versus Terran. Okay? Let's see. Showtime versus TY. Here you go.
Welcome back to some
Shut the fuck
stuff.
up. Is it not going to show up?
Grab 2 from the...
This is not going to help my point if the people cannot see. This, like, Protoss players require the most, even more than Terran, in my opinion. They require the most precise openers. Unfortunately, they are some of the least precise people. So, let's see. Just one match. Showtime is probably one of the most standard Protoss out there. Where does Showtime, his first pylon is at the back corner of his main. Oh, this one he actually walled off on Death Aura. At the front. Never mind. Not the back corner. But that's to explicitly wall with the Cyber Core. Let's go. Game 2. Spoilers, by the way, obviously. Game 2. His pylon is next to his main, where he can build a shield battery and also somewhat wall off the Reaper while still having a lot of surface area to build. Here you see that shield battery pictured here on his first pylon. His second pylon is at his natural in case he needs to, you know, build shit there. Alright, game 3. Showtime, same fucking place as the last time. It seems like there's a trend here. Game 4, he walled off the bottom of the ramp again. On maps where you can wall off with 2 buildings, or you have a ramp leading up to your natural, he seems to go for the low ground. On maps that aren't like that, this was actually a great game, and the last game of the series. Spoilerinos. But, so, what I have to say to that is what the fuck is this? What is this? What is this? And what is that? What is this? And what is that? What the fuck is this? And what the fuck is that? And what the fuck is this? And what the fuck is that? And what the fuck is this? And what the fuck is that? It's like, well, I just wanted to cover my main. If Protoss players would spend 12% of the effort your average Diamond Terran does in trying to figure out where to build their shit and when, then the entirety of Diamond League would be Terrans. Then again, that is the classic move, is if you can't hack it as Terran, you just start playing Protoss, so here we are. There will always be more Protoss. Diamond Terrans have very different other problems. Don't worry. That is the case. But not these kind of problems. The point is, it's literally your first 2 pylons. If you don't have a location where you can be like, I'm placing it either here or here, and then my second, either here or here, and then my second pylon goes, if you haven't figured that out yet, if like you don't have a plan for that, then you don't have a plan for anything. That is kind of fucking important. You could have watched 1 professional Protoss versus Terran. You could have pretended to take any notes of any kind. And you don't even have to watch mine or Loco's cast, which people are like, Winter, Loco already believe it or not, Loco. You could have gotten the replay packs too. All you had to do was fucking Google it, by the way. Those TSL 6 replays that you've been enjoying, yeah, you could just download them and watch them your fucking self, but that would take any amount of initiative, which we don't have, and here we are.
Your probes, defend them.
Alright, another Twilight. Okay. So by the way, this is why we get a shield battery early, is for the Reaper. And also for anything else that might end up happening. Build probes. There are only 3 things in life that are nearly guaranteed. Death, taxes, and scouting Reapers. So why is it a goddamn surprise that there's a Reaper in your base? There's no probes in production. There are no units in production. There's nothing in production besides a Twilight Council and Warp Gate. Oh my god, he has a Reaper. How many games has your opponent had a Reaper? And you know what this beautiful gate... You know why I asked if he was random? Because that would be the justification for building this gateway here. Like, you might need to wall off the ramp, though that pylon shouldn't be there anyways if you're trying to wall off the ramp. Because if he's random and he doesn't tell his race, maybe you need to wall off against Zerg. Otherwise, it's literally just taking you longer to go kill the fucking Reaper. Not only have you put no effort in to learn how to put your first fucking pylons down, but you're willing to spend $15 sending this in when the replay pack with players, all of which have at least 1,000 MMR more than me, probably twice that. For free, you could watch and learn how to fucking play. But here we are with this disaster, this malignant tumor on Protoss history. But sure, what else do you want to know? Not only is nothing else happening, but you just out-microed yourself. Congratulations. Reaper just gets out. Beautiful. I'm sure we're gonna go blink. With micro like that, blink is probably a great idea, right? I'm sure. Ah, it's the Machao build. You guys know the Machao build. It's 1 gate robo blink where you get 2 stalkers and then die. A classic. Because you can't build any more stalkers because you don't have any gates. Oh, it's charge. Well, you know what's even better than Blink with no stalkers is charge with no zealots and having stalkers. Wow. Impressive. This is somehow even worse. Like, you might be like, well, Winter, you say not to go Blink. Well, yeah, you also don't go charge. You just don't build the Twilight, because a Dark Shrine would legitimately be a better option if you're consistently forgetting to build, you know, fucking gateways. It's not, like, you can't, it's not a stew. It's not a build stew. You can't just throw in every building and it comes out okay. It's a build order. Timing fucking matters. You're like, but Winter, look, I'm stopping. Oh, I'm stopping. I got all the probes. I'm doing a charge lot all in. Oh.
Research all done.
Jesus Christ. I like this only a little tiny bit better. Well, while I think this is better than Blink, for sure. I'll give you that. While I think the opener definitely isn't perfect, and while I may have lost most, if not all, little amount of respect I had for you. Fair. Sure. Daniel, just for you. Get the fuck out. Micro God on both sides. The production tab tells the story. How long is this game? It's over in 8 minutes with the south. No, of course not. Nobody would send in a game that actually is helpful. You know what the most helpful game to send in is? Like a 9-minute game where you try to execute a macro build, you defend an attack, but aren't quite able to get enough map control, or aren't able to do critical damage, and then end up dying to a follow-up attack or something like that. And then you could be like, oh, you could adjust. Third base could be quicker, need to focus on upgrades, maybe have an observer in these spots. No, we're over here fucking flailing into a charge lot all in. That is probably going to do somewhat okay, but like, what do you want me to do? Don't forget to build probes, so that way you can build your stupid gateways faster, you 2 brain cell level Protoss fucking bullshit shit. Oh, you're coming over here with a charge lot all in. Like, I don't have a single build order guide on the charge lot all in. Like, I feel like people should be able to figure it out on their own, and if they can't, then I don't want to help them. But here we are. All to be shut down by a single Viking. Okay, alright. Huh. It looks like doing a blind all-in with only melee units might not be the highest percentage play. Can you believe it? We kind of shot ourselves in the foot a few times here. Well, this is the praying part. Thankfully, that guy didn't go for interference. I guess he didn't have the energy. This is why people hate Protoss, by the way. What are you doing? You've targeted both orbitals and made them very uncomfortable. Gee, the amount of micro you've done, the amount of effort you've put into fucking up this charge lot all in. Like, I will give you credit. Great credit here to SSB. He has put a lot of effort into making something that was gonna be mediocre actually just terrible. Like, it could have killed maybe like a dozen supply of units and maybe 10 SCVs. But instead, it took 50% HP from one orbital, 30% from another, and killed like 4 Marines, which is about the least damage it could do without sitting there typing /dance. So I'll give you credit. I didn't think it could go like I thought you were just gonna waltz in there and slaughter his economy, but you proved me wrong, and I'll give you credit. He's gonna have to spend so many dozens of minerals repairing those orbitals. It's just terrible. By the way, this is I don't even know what for. Well, obviously 1 for that, and 1 generally. 1 for choosing to go for a charge not all in. And then 2 for whatever that was.
You took all the minerals.
Oh, now we're macroing. After we've intentionally cut off our economy at the knees. Now it's macro time. Not a single Protoss today. I think Protoss... It's been a while, because, like... There was a time, after we were doing Angry Coach every week, that every Protoss player who sent in was actually trying to improve. But it's been a few weeks, so Protosses have forgotten my usual thoughts. Like, it's so hard. It's not that hard not to do this. Like, all you have to do is not do a stupid 2-base attack. All of you. All of you. I'm talking to all of you Protoss. Those who sent in already, and I'm sure we're going to have more of them. All you have to do is not. Just don't. Just fucking don't. Take your hands out, all right, from wherever they are. I don't know where they are. They shouldn't be on the keyboard, at the very least. Okay, let's count how many bases. All right? Like, all you have to do is not attack into someone who all their forces are behind a wall or in their base. Like... I waited until I was max. Text writer, no you fucking didn't. That's a fucking lie. You're lying. Not the first attack you didn't, but you're a Protoss player. You have an attention span and a memory that is 1, probably hallucinated, and 2, no greater than 5 minutes. So here we are.
You're all mined out of that mineral.
No upgrades at all. The Terran player's going for a fucking Noah's Ark build over here. He's got a little bit. He's got a bunch of Marines, some Hellbat. He's going mech, technically. Once the attack stops, the macro begins.
Research. Mineral patches.
The most annoying thing is that I bet the Protoss wins.
Research is complete.
If he wins, that will be the,
Upgrade completed.
I'd hope he doesn't, but... That the only saving grace now would be for the Protoss to lose. I have no advice. Like, he knows what to do. He knows most of what to do. He's got Charge, he's got Archons, he's got Immortals. Upgrades are eventually showing up. All he had to do was not do a Charge lot all in. Like, maybe you can build a Warp Prism and Charge if you're really desperate to get a bunch of your Zealots killed. Oh, yeah. Jimmy! Fucking enhance! Not that! Tactical superiority. Against a Terran.
Your probes are under attack. Upgrade. Probes are under attack.
Here we go, ejaculating Stargates again. No, the answer is build more Archons, Charge Lots, and Immortals with better upgrades. Not, there are a half a dozen tanks on my doorstep. I think we need to try to get Void Rays. Motherfucker over here has an entire raiding party of Vikings. Okay, unless you're gonna go ahead and unite the kingdoms of England, then maybe you should just be looking at more of what you have right now.
Save those probes. You can't build cannons without them. Your pylon is under siege.
There's nothing that counters this that you have. He has I'm not even confident he has enemy unit selection enabled, but there's +2 armor on those Vikings. There's nothing that's going to kill them more effectively than Archons and Storm.
His pylon is falling.
Yeah, I learned air is good against mechs. I'm fucking done. Get the fuck out of here. Get him out. Get him out. Get him out. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Whatever you learned, well, you just continue learning the way you're learning, because I can't help you. Whatever works for you, you can continue down that road. Let's see how this ends. Oh, it's gonna end with the Terran turtling and then dying to carriers because he can't micro, right? And then the answer will be like, oh, see, just go carriers. Yeah, I mean,
Probes are under attack.
if he just doesn't kill you, then you can go carriers.
Assimilator's exhausted.
Eventually, you get enough carriers, you can win. Oh wait, never mind. The carriers died horribly. It isn't the carriers getting even close to winning this fight. The answer is Archons.
Don't worry, it's not about.
Okay,
winning or
thankfully
losing.
he died.
It's about complaining on the internet.
Because no fucking shit going into unupgraded carriers against someone who already has 30 supply of anti-air is not a genius man move. If they have 30 supply committed to what is essentially only anti-air, maybe trying to go to air is not an epiphany. Okay? Just because some guy in Twitch chat at some point said that SkyToss counters air or SkyToss counters everything, we can't all be loco, and I don't think his PvT is particularly accomplished either. So 1, shame on you.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
2, it's a C. What is this, Diamond 3? Because if so, you're right where you belong. When you keep running directly, this is not Diamond 2. Oh, I'm sorry.
Man, that looked a lot like
C
one
minus.
of my games. And I mean, I'm just bad.
When, not metaphorically, when you're literally running into a wall, you should be punished for it. It was not a metaphor at any point. You literally ran into the wall, and then you right-clicked on it. Like, don't. The hardest thing to do is nothing. All right? You're over there with dozens of charge lots. At some point, you can just, like, not attack. I know. It sounds crazy, but shame on you.
Shame.
Can I make this text bold? Let me see.
Shame.
Bold. That work? I don't know. Anyways, the emoji still stands. For Protoss, very much so. Peruvian Swarm. The, wow. Platinum MMR, Diamond Zerg. So this is Advanced Platinum.
Carrier has arrived.
And his name is John C. He's gonna get in the ring and put boots
No, this is like, I cheesed my way into Diamond, and now I'm trying to play a macro game, but I don't realize I'm getting the worst
They
of
are
both
really
worlds.
good, and it makes it harder for you to fuck it up.
Who said that? Abraham Lincoln? By the way, this is why we get a shield battery early, is for the Reaper. And also for anything else that might end up happening. Build probes. There are only 3 things in life that are nearly guaranteed. Death, taxes, and scouting Reapers. So why is it a goddamn surprise that there's a Reaper in your base? There's no probes in production. There are no units in production. There's nothing in production besides a Twilight Council and Warp Gate. Oh my god, he has a Reaper. How many games has your opponent had a Reaper? And you know what this beautiful gate... You know why I asked if he was random? Because that would be the justification for building this gateway here. There are only 3 things in life that are likely to happen. Like, there are 3 things, 3 constants. Death, taxes, and scouting Reapers. So, how many games has there been a scouting Reaper in your base? How, like, the only things in production, no units, no drones, just Zergling speed. The Reaper gets in, gets a drone, gets out. How do you not expect a scouting fucking Reaper? I was gonna say we're doing well, but then the unit that shows up in 80% of games showed up, and somehow everything broke down. I can't believe he built a Reaper. I know that's insane. Well, Winter, what are you supposed to do? Like, build things while the Reaper's in your base? Yes. Yes. You know why? Okay, it's like a 5-minute delay on it. We'll get back to that. This is unfucking acceptable. This has been unfucking acceptable for every player thus far. It continues to be unfucking acceptable today. And credit to the Terran player, he's not banking up 600 minerals. You might be like, why am I always behind against Terran? Maybe because the Terran player is building units, and you're building a constant indicator that you're never going to improve at this game because you're unable to walk and chew gum at the same fucking time.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
We got 300 gas. What are we doing with 300 gas? Eventually, everything. Right now, nothing. This is why overlords exist. I like how the creep tumor got in the way of the Zerglings. No. Unacceptable. I don't give a shit about what happens in the rest of the game. I don't give a shit about whether this is about learning how to deal with turtle mech or like what is my timings. Your timing should be not stopping every single time a unit shows up. You can't just put everything on fucking pause. You can't. This isn't civilization or war, total war, or any of the mostly other fucking casual games people play more often because you can pause. The game doesn't stop just because there are Hellions in your base. You see, this other dude is now wondering what you're doing. Little does he know, you're not doing anything. There's nothing in production but a uncomfortable amount of extractors and a handful of drones that you should have been building earlier. I don't blame the Terran, like, what are there, roaches? No, there ain't jack shit. The Terran's surprised at it, and that's saying something.
Our forces are under attack.
Oh my god, was that a unit on... Well, Winter, what am I supposed to build? How about 2 Evo chambers? How about a bandling nest? Maybe a roach warren, additional queens. At this point, probably some overlords. How about any of the above? All of which should have already been in production. Let alone more drones, since you just killed 5 moron extractors you don't need. Spores, yes. No. Remember, like, if he doesn't have object permanence. A knife! He doesn't have object permanence. So, like, until he sees an air unit that threatens him, and now that was a Viking, but that doesn't count. Until, like, a battlecruiser shows up, air units that do damage don't exist. I'm not even bothering with saying you should be building spores at 420, haha, blaze it, bro, like the Hellions in your fucking mineral line. Because he's not going to remember. He can't even remember when things are staring him in the face. He didn't remember a Reaper, he's not going to remember goddamn Liberators. One Liberator would probably both somehow simultaneously cause him to bank up 2,000 minerals while losing 15 drones.
Our drones are under attack.
No, I'm done. No. This is just sad. It's sad. I'm done. Get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out of here!
The best thing I can do for you is turn it off. You cannot bank up 1,500 minerals when the most... That is literally the standard Terran build. He did exactly... the very basic of what a competent, relatively competent Terran will do. 1 Reaper, a half dozen Hellions, and a Viking. If you can't handle that, you don't belong wherever you are. Get the fuck out. Shame on you.
Shame.
Speaking
Shame.
of.
Shame.
Yeah, that was so bad it doesn't even deserve the, like, let's let it play out. No, it doesn't matter. It's just a straight up, you gotta spend your money. If you don't, you're not playing a real-time strategy game. Speaking of shame, we have Kybrit, who is a, quote, Platinum Terran player. But... yeah, this is what happens. Like, this is why Angry Coach every other week, as I talked about at the beginning, is better. Because it gives people time to forget. When it's every week, you get plenty of people. One, they might not have the disposable income. But the people who are severely lacking in self-awareness, who have an attention span of, well, the players we watched today, they can remember a week ago people getting yelled at for similar replays. But it's been 3 weeks. They've forgotten. Because they also forgot that Reapers exist. So, like, it's a lot to ask. I was about to spend all my money. Oh, so instead of being indefinitely late, it was just a minute late. Peruvian Swarm chimes in. I was about to spend all my money. You held your head down on that D-Day boat until you didn't hear anything, and then you walked out like, I'm here, boys. Can I give a 4th strike? Oh, yeah, I didn't give a hope score because, you know what? We'll give him 1. There you go. D+. Go back to Platinum. Kybrit, what is this build? For a split second, I thought he was doing a real build. That second has ended. A 1-1-1. All right. Why do we need... Never mind. With a depot wall. Kybrit pays for the privilege of me telling him, once again, this is not a build, and it's terrible, and all of that. But nothing I say can or will affect the fact that those are all true. So here we are. What the fuck? This is about the percentage. Like, that... This is kind of a metaphor for your entire playstyle. We're 80% of the way to actually finishing something. And then we fucking gave up. This is all on purpose? Yeah, I know it's on purpose. That makes it way worse. It's significantly worse that this is intentional. This is like if Florencio was constantly on LSD. That's like, I envision a timing. You're saying he's not? I don't think so. But we can't confirm. Have you seen those hotkeys? I envision, okay, and then the depot at 2 minutes and 12 seconds will complete, and that will bring all the feng shui in alignment. Whatever you paid that shaman to say, I hope it was worth it. I'm excited for the 1-1-1. You know what a 1-1-1 is? By Kybrit, tell me what a 1-1-1 is. Actually, let's do this. What does it stand for? One racks, one factory, one starports. Okay.
You've built
the discipline. The discipline. That is indeed a factory. Oh my god, a probe.
You want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready. SCV ready.
The add-on is finished, so you have no excuse not to build something.
The add-on is finished, so you have no excuse not to build something. Do you have an excuse, Kybrit?
SCV ready. SCV, this better be good.
I hope those, 4 probes. 3 probes on his side. Yeah. But I got extra probes, and then I lost the Reaper anyways, but... Did you see my micro? I mean, he knows at this point, but he didn't have any units. Yeah, no shit. He's a Metal League Protoss. Of course he forgot Reapers exist. But you're not Clem. Everyone tries to be, and no one is. I would say just don't build any more Reapers. They're hurting you. But you won't listen to me. And even if you did and attempted it, somehow you would still fail. We're gonna go combat shields. What are we playing? Fucking Republic Commando here? So tell me all about this build. Tell me what this build is. You said combat shields better first if I had to pick. I agree with my statement. And I will leave it at that. I saw stalkers. You saw one stalker. And you saw it because you were microing the shit out of your Reaper. I saw stalkers. Isn't Thor answer? It's days like this, I'm like, is Kybrit actually a troll? If so, he's the most committed one ever. Like, isn't Thor the answer to stalkers? What is the question? For everyone else out there, enough Thors will solve all your problems. Okay? Like I would say, if you had to make a choice between combat shields and stim, why do you have to make a choice? Why have you put yourself in a position where you have to make a choice? Because I had no choice but to build a tech lab on my barracks. Okay, alright, fair. What is the answer to stalkers? So you built a tech lab on your barracks, did you? Huh. Interesting. Moving on.
SCV ready.
Well, that's beautiful. Alright, no longer supply blocked. If only there was something, were we doing something besides realizing we're about to be supply blocked, except we weren't because the command center's finishing? If only we had finished that depot up quicker. That's what the orbitals... Where's the Thors? I see Widow Mines. Where's the ghosts? I was told there would be Thors and ghosts. It looks like Widow Mine and 5 Marines. Ah yes, we're doing a Widow Mine drop. There's an armory on the way. The thing is, armory mine drop is a thing. It's a thing. It makes those mines cloaked after firing. It's super fucking annoying. Ghosts are invisible. Oh shit! You're right! My bad.
CV ready.
Stalker infiltrators, if you would. Based on all of this context. Kybrit should get that, though he's about as good at PlanetSide as he is at StarCraft. I will say, for those who know PlanetSide, Kybrit managed to play PlanetSide for 2 hours while we were doing our outfit operation. Like we invite everyone from the outfit in. We are all in a platoon together with voice chat and all that. Kybrit managed to be in the wrong platoon for essentially 95% of those hours. I don't know how he did it, and how he did not notice that it was not my voice yelling at him, but for 2 full hours, he managed, like, and credit to him, playing PlanetSide. Great game. But also, wow! I know the menus are a bit of a mess. It is a real problem. But, here we have, let us, now usually, let us gander here for a moment at Kybrit's PlanetSide 2 profile. You might be like, I don't give a shit about this. KD ratio. Oh, it's gone up. 0.3. His, let's look at some statistics. 8% of his kills are team kills. Though a remarkably even amount, like, there must always, the Thanos of PlanetSide here. With exactly the same amount of VS and NC. Kills are kills, bro. And impressive. 0.1 kills a minute. Honestly, 0.3 for someone who's played less than a week isn't that bad. It was 0.1 at one. There was a point. though many players start out like this, it was 0.1. So 0.3 is respectable for 6 days of playtime. You might be like, that sounds like a lot. It took me 1,000 hours to go over 1. So you know what? He's improving at PlanetSide faster than he's improving at StarCraft. That much is incredibly true. Unironically, 0.3 isn't bad for your first week.
Research complete.
There are some players well past that aren't far above it. And those people are pointing their medic gun at me.
Add-on.
Winter, when are you going to check Discord PM? You know, usually I get annoyed by this. But you got a good point, Bob. That's my bad. I meant to answer you. Bob, one of the people who actually wants real coaching, the answer is... play some actual games, and next Monday, maybe? We'll work it out. When I'll message you back Wednesday or Thursday for some real coaching. That'll make me feel better. Because this mind drop is gonna... This is actually a good mind drop, and that annoys me. It's a little late, but overall...
That command center upgrade you ordered is here.
What else could we be doing during this? Microing those Marines to target fire probes instead of having them split their damage, you fool. Come on! Pylon placements are irrelevant.
Reporting for action.
That was, in case some Terrans took that seriously, that was complete sarcasm. The answer was, spend 1,000 minerals. You know, the Widowmine doesn't have the motivation to shoot unless you stare at it. With that said... That actually didn't hit as much as I thought. It was 5 probes. I mean, it's not like there are many probes to hit, but... Widowmine's such a... I don't like Widowmines.
It's about to get heavy.
I do not like them. Ah, yes. The classic third base location. Wait, was that actually at the third? Now, I mean, you know what? Okay, fine. Jesus. 1 Thor, 1 Marauder in production. That Liberator was a little optimistic. No, where are you going? Wait, really? Does that hit? Oh my god, he's a genius. I've never seen that. Wow. I mean, like, how, in what real match are you ever going to get into that location? But still.
Oh, it's so fucking stupid. It hurts so much.
Shoot back. I remember when this was all minerals. Your army has encountered the enemy.
I mean, it's hard to fuck up with Widowmines. I will say that. But he did make a good effort with them.
Wow, you mind all those minerals already?
So we are going Ghost, +1 mech weapons, Stim.
Ghost reporting.
Florencio LSD, here it is. Like, we're gonna EMP into...
Ghost reporting.
Ready for dust.
You are...
He actually walled off well at the natural, too. Besides the 2,300 minerals. Well, I mean, when your mules are now bringing in over 3k a minute, that's almost understandable. But, like... This does actually... Usually, the reason why weird unit compositions are heavily discouraged are because they're just not better pound for pound than, like, going bio. But if you're going to have this much money and you're actually going to spend it, which you're not really doing... You could make Mass Thor. Fine, that's definitely not the worst unit to pick. Thor is of units. If you're gonna build one unit, essentially only, Thor is high up the list.
Research is done. Don't forget the rest of them.
It is probably the more I think. If you're gonna mono battle, Thor is probably the best one. Of course, we're going Thor Ghost with 0 hotkeys for units. So good luck with that.
Ghost reporting.
That is a remarkably expensive army.
Research.
Wow. Okay.
Complete.
Ghost reporting.
So then he just wins the game. The Thors didn't even show up.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
B-. That was a 1-1-1. So, all right. Marines at negative 30%. But it wasn't terrible. The money was definitely not being spent. The unit composition doesn't make any sense, but there was a clear direction and intent to follow it, which is better than usual. This does not prove Thor Ghost is the unit comp. It just proves that getting more shit than your opponent is usually better. What is the Marine percent? It's how many Marine percentages there are. So, like, if there's a lot of Marines, it's a high percent. Not a lot of Marines, less percents.
So you got a 25% at best at beating me.
I mean, I guess we have to get the full context here. Very important. No, not this. Wait, how do you have 30k certs? What the fuck? Kyvert is banking money in PlanetSide. For those who don't know, it costs like 2,000-3,000 certs to fully load out a class. How are you banking money in PlanetSide? How the fuck did you... No, like, you can't buy certs. That actually is, for whales like Kyvert, kind of an issue. Like, in PlanetSide, you can't buy better guns outright. But I don't, like, he hasn't spent any? What the fuck? 30,000 certs is, you could buy essentially all of the weapons. Any weapon you could ever want, and weapons are side grades, not upgrades, but like... He just been playing. He's over here microing his fucking Reaper when he could get... I don't know, like... weapon refit for his battle cruisers. He may be buying everything with Daybreak Cash. Like, you can buy weapons with certs or with Daybreak Cash, which is a history... Like, what a name for a gaming company, though. Daybreak Games. God. The makers of smash hit in the asteroid sense, PlanetSide Arena. Also in PlanetSide, Kyvert not getting any of the upgrades he's supposed to get. What was I doing? Everything's weird now. Kyvert got an all right, and every Protoss has been disgusting. Oh, speaking of Protoss. Oh, wait, no. Okay, so... yes, speaking of Protoss.
New subscriber detected.
Wait. No. Gold Terran. So, Kyvert Incarnate. I don't know. The next one after this is Protoss. That is Protoss me. A for Alive is next after. And let me, and then is Power Mose, Mad Eye, The Abyss, and that's it. Wait, no. Yes? Yes. I was trying to, like, this is what I want from Angry Coach. I want more content. It's an Angry Coach marathon, but a marathon, like, 3 hours is still a fucking marathon. I'm out here for 8 hours. No, we're gonna cut the Platinum Zergs off at the knees. But don't worry, they'll have enough money to pay for, I don't know, prosthetic legs. And then some. That's the problem. Alright. Quick advertising, guys. Pause ad block. Be right back. Hey, YouTube, wake up! I know you've fallen asleep at this point, but make sure to like and subscribe so YouTube's not like, hey, people are only watching 1/8 of your fucking video because your video's 7 hours long. So, I know, it's like 4 a.m., but there's no better time to like and subscribe. So wake the fuck up, samurai, and smash that like button. Thank you for watching. Good luck. Have fun. Thank you guys for sticking around. What is our Gold Terran player's biggest issue going to be? Be right back, one moment. Thank you for watching. If you guys are right, 5 subs to the chat. If you're wrong, nothing.
Donation confirmed.
Since it's gonna be a short night, can you do this replay in addition to one you pick? From the rest, I'm Libertia, by the way.
Stop helping people. Of course, it's tunnel vision. People don't want to improve. Otherwise, they wouldn't pay money for it. They'd play the fucking game. Thank you, guys. Thank you to Rillis, Roach Cheese, Wooglenator, Cyrus the Cat, Killer Beef, Polygon, Daniel, Vorpal, SSM. So everybody thank Daniel in the chat. For those who don't know Daniel, Laned in the chat. You can probably figure that one out. Took me way too long. My first viewer. Effectively. The first person who showed up for more than like one day. Not a metaphor. My first viewer. 30 years ago, in the great salt mines,
you must construct additional supply depots.
they are investing in an entertainment. They're not investing. Investing implies they get some return on the investment. You might be like, well, the return is the entertainment. No, that's just called paying for shit.
The enemy is attacking your SCVs.
SCV ready.
That is called paying for a service.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
So, Drone Scout is weird, but that was handled fine. Ardrith, are you here? Patreon with extra steps. No, less steps! Less steps! You don't need the second gas till after the factory, otherwise it slows down your factory because you don't have the minerals. Especially if you don't go Reaper. If you go Marine...
CC upgraded, but at what cost?
You might be like, well, it looks like it works out. That's because the first gas wasn't mining very much. My factory was definitely late. That's kind of not a... So there's been no scouting, which it's Gold League. It's fine. But if, like, you're just gonna die, like, 20 to 40% of the time if you just don't get your factory. Like, no amount of microing this Marine against the slowest unit in the game, even slower than Brenda, is going to help you against a Roach All-In more than a factory. There's a whole lot of red dot syndrome. Like, I feel like calling it red dot syndrome makes people think of nukes. But there's a red dot on the minimap. There's a unit in my base. We'll call it the Red Scare Syndrome, or RSS. You guys remember that? Once again, there's a unit. It's an overlord, sir. There's always an overlord. Ah! Drop everything!
SCV ready.
The Red Scare.
SCV ready.
Might be like, but on my screen, they're blue. It's like, why would you have the enemies in blue, you fucking weirdo?
Add-on finished up.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Command center.
I hear that Zerg workers rise up and become the means of production. That is communist, and we don't like it around here. So get that overlord out of my face.
Add-on complete.
Here in the Terran Army, we make the SCVs work hard. They gotta build all the time, they gotta mine all the time, or we'll replace them with mules. So they better keep working, because mules, they don't cost supply, okay? They don't cost minerals. If we could figure out how to make them last longer, then we wouldn't need SCVs at all. So those SCVs better step up their game.
Your add-on is all done.
Well, back in the Brood War, my dad was an SCV, and he said that they didn't even have mules back then. It's like, yeah, exactly. Imagine what's gonna happen next time. This, you see, look at this fucking gold Terran right here. Besides the Red Scare Syndrome with the Overlord, this build is an order of magnitude closer to an actual build than any of the Protoss we've seen today. From gold to diamond. Like, it is, if you combined the basic build of every single one of those Protoss. This is not a good thing, by the way. Wait, no, it might be a good thing. It depends on how this ends, to be honest. He's spending his money. He's got 3... Look at his base. He's got a reasonable amount of SCVs, 43 SCVs. This, if the factory was on time, and this turret, like, I don't... Like, the turret is in the mineral line, in the spot between the gap and the minerals, and we're 6 minutes in. There could be mutas. It's not an unreasonable turret. And you might be like, well, supply block. There are 2 depots on the way. This is actually, now what I assume happens is because of that Red Scare Syndrome, if there was any sort of attack early on, it might be a total disaster. And that's most of the reason why he doesn't win all of his games. Because this is a book-smart Terran player, whereas Protoss players usually don't know how to read. Zerg players, on the other hand, do not speak intelligibly. So here we are. So far, I'm holding this up as the gold standard, puns intended. But we will see as we go on.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
He's doing all this with 64 Appums. Where's Marchaub? 64 Appums. Yet, in actual timing.
SCV ready.
And an, oh my god, an armory.
Search all day.
On time. If you move out with the first 2 medevacs.
Ready for dust off.
Okay, building up. Prioritizing building medevacs and tanks over just more Marines.
Research complete. You must construct additional depots. More supply depots.
So this would be, if you were going to move out to attack, it would be now, by the way. As your medevacs first finish. You don't have to, but that would be the first opening. Okay. Next up is 2-2. Like, the fact we got 7.5 minutes in, and I have 95% praise. It'll be hard to fuck it up from this point. Because if you've gotten this far, here's another tip. You can put your armory and NG base on your command center hotkey, and then just tab through like their regular production. They won't be prioritized over your command centers, but when you need the upgrades, you can use that as a hotkey instead of taking up another one. Didn't think of that one. That is something I don't even do usually, because, like, for half a decade, I've known that's something that Terrans do a lot of the time. Well, other races can do it too. There's nothing stopping Zergs and Protoss. It's just they don't have as much attention to detail. Even the pro players usually won't. But Terran pro players almost always will nowadays. What is this, compliment coach? Angry coach is only angry because people don't actually want to learn. At the very start, if you will fucking remember, a little better than your average Protoss player, I said, there are still people who have no interest in improving and want their handheld/entertainment value. I'm only angry because that describes the vast majority of people. I'm not angry. I'm going to offer legitimate advice and tips to players who obviously have a chance of using them.
Your command center? Better than ever.
Now the actual moving around is starting to really tax here.
Research finished.
Like, the not getting 2-2 is a relatively big deal. It's not like a game breaker. It's just in the scheme of things here.
This better be good.
You're at on.
Did you see that? Did you see that? That was beautiful. I mean, not the ideal choice.
Mineral
Look at this thought process. I need to get upgrades. Oh, I don't have minerals. I need more minerals.
Add-on is good to...
This will help. Yeah, obviously that's not the ideal base to throw mules on, but like the very direct thought process was there. And then he went back and got the upgrades. That's the important part.
You took all the...
Solid scan.
Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice.
I love the command center production line.
Gangway, let's have a blast.
A mineral field has been depleted.
Ready for dust off.
Go, go, go.
So this is the hardest part. Actually fighting the enemy. And that is the problem with not moving out with the first medevacs, is now, if the Zerg is decent, they will have a dangerous army with a lot of splash damage.
More supply depots. Build supply depots. Your precious base. It took dozens of APM to build.
Terror! That is exactly the amount of micro I want to see. Not running away in a desperate panic.
Is gone,
not trying to split and fail.
Upgrade is all done.
Let the Zerg
Upgrade
fuck it up.
But ready.
We're still missing 3-3. These are reasonable turrets. 5 bases at 12 minutes. Even Big Gabe would be proud of this. What was that? That was a misclick, is what that was. We've all done that. So here's the hard part. Not anymore.
Your CC is now BCC.
Ooh, you gotta be a little careful. Ooh. Terror! I appreciate this. Marine, stand your ground! Yeah, sure, we lost most of the Marines, but they can be replaced. No commie Zerg is gonna stop our brave Marines.
Who wants some?
An upgrade's been completed.
Ready to go. Armed and ready.
Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game?
Does this Zerg think he can only attack from one side? Huh, it's almost like when you're up against players who desperately use the F2 hotkey instead of actually learning how to play. It looks dumb.
Add-on finished. Mineral out of gas at that guy. Your add-on has been confirmed. CC.
Lurkers, no problem. He's kept these tanks alive longer than I would have. In this game, against this Zerg, if you handed off the tanks and Marines to me, I would have lost them by now. I mean, I might have won the game, but also, I probably would have lost the tanks. Oh, wow. That was helpful. I don't... The way you counter lurkers by fucking killing them. Checks for the base.
Max supply. A mineral field has been depleted. Your resource.
Those men can be replaced. Our brave Marines.
Refineries off.
This is a little optimistic. But wait, another round. He's doing all this with under 100 APM.
Upgrade is all done.
Ooh, bunkers. This is a little dicey.
Armed and ready.
Ready for dust off.
Upgrade complete. CC up.
How many command centers are we at? We're going up to double digits now.
Mineral. The enemy is SCVs under.
The only thing we're missing are maybe Liberators, but that is a lot. Like, I don't mind not going Liberators if you're very focused. Like, a lot of players will go tanks and lose them, so it kind of defeats the whole purpose.
A command center upgrade. No more gas left there. I'm sure it all went to a good. You're all maxed out. It's a WCS level miracle. Now that's the commander I've been waiting.
Build your factory quicker,
New subscriber.
and maybe consider moving out with your first 2 medevacs. That's gold. A+. There's no way that's gold for long. There's no... That would be solid for a diamond player. Yes, the timings are a little late, but, like, the focus... There were no, like... It wasn't like we built a bunch of command centers and then built units. That's how it happened. No, it was a 3 racks into 3 CC. You have enough units. The struggle may be the players who attack before the first 5 minutes, but those are a minority, even though they feel like they're not a lot of the time. That will certainly be platinum and likely diamond in a few dozen games. At diamond is when the APM starts to matter a little more. Like, but... Thank you, sir, for that. Marines. Now at counteracting all of Kybrit's efforts, Marines are now at 100%. Did you see them stand their ground? Thank you for the coaching. I didn't have to do anything. There was nothing to say. Like, you knew the factory was late. So, what do you want? I got nothing. The entire point of this is that every replay is unnecessary, because if they had actually listened to what I said in things designed to be educational, and he mentioned my guides as well as vibes, but here we are. Don't you love coaching? It makes my job very easy. I just sit there and be like, yep. I thought the sticking point might be the upgrades, because that's a lot of the time, like, you can have a great macro build and then forget the armory. He didn't forget the armory. It was just a little late on the upgrades, because he was spending his money on units and SCVs efficiently. I'm in gold and I always get all in at 4 minutes-ish. This was not a real gold game. I'm sorry to hear about the 3 games you played this season. His opponent was platinum. And those tanks are about, like... He actively... I don't know how he does it. He stood his ground Like, not as a matter of principle, but like as a cold he stood his ground against mass mailing. He knew the Marines would die, and I don't even know if he was confident that he wouldn't lose the fight. But he correctly, I think, knew that microing them wouldn't help. So... like, it's correct. The best chance for those Marines is to kill as much as they can before the banelings get close. I thought I lost for sure. People get continually surprised by the strength of Marines when they actually shoot things. A lot of the time when players make Marines, they then decide that they're going to run them around the map with right clicks all over the place and medevacs instead of letting them shoot at shit. Marines are pretty good if you let them shoot. Many players do their best to not. They actually have some of the highest DPS in the entire game, especially with upgrades. Like, pound for pound, supply for supply, they have the highest DPS, or up there, with any unit. My PVZ is bad. Okay. Hold on. Let us check the last map. What the fuck happened here? This is what we call a throw. I don't know exactly how, but it's almost... Oh, so what happens is Aphora gets significantly ahead, and then he proceeds to be supply blocked for the better part of a minute, thus undercutting any sort of lead significantly. I don't know, maybe things die or something. Knight is all in into Ultras. I was like, is that your build? It's not. Because he's Protoss, thankfully. Will you break the streak? Do you think you will break the streak of Protoss this emoji today? We will see. Certainly not that Terran. I can't believe, like, Kybrit coming in, actually looking not like humanity doesn't deserve to survive. Actually looking like someone who can barely improve. And then that. And then the Legend of Ardrith. The textbook Terran. Literally. That was like if you wrote a textbook and handed it to a gold player. It's the one kid in the class that the teacher's like, I'm having a shit day. At least that kid knows what he's talking about. That's Ardrith. Everyone else is fucking jumping around and taking their pants off and running all over and peeing on the floor. At least Ardrith is over there studying. I gotta...
Need more pylons.
I don't want to teach here anymore.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
You mini Galadriel. At least the pay is good. At least I didn't start teaching public school. He has a hatchery in his base. Is it really that necessary to block his expansion before taking your own? Do you think that's really a high priority right now? Yes, as I've said before, my mother is a elementary school, public school teacher. So, well, I think I've ingrained a lot of those methods. Oh, she also used to teach hearing impaired students, or deaf, or whatever is the politically correct way to say it. I think it's actually deaf, because that's like a different condition. Anyways, so this has prepared me in many ways for Twitch chat. A lot of children who are unable to really digest or use any information are actively trying not to learn. Whether or not it's their own fault or genetically or otherwise. I worried the highly late factory would shut me out judging from the rest of the night. The factory that was 20 seconds late. You got a Protoss over here with a Nexus 30 seconds late in Diamond. That is, you see, we can always count on Ardrith. When I want to, like, stab one of these kids in the front row in the throat, at least Ardrith is back there. Like, redo the third draft of a one-paragraph essay. You might be like, well, why did she stop teaching hearing impaired students? Because she teaches public school and they cut the program. So they get lumped in a lot with the other kids. And this explains a lot of these replays.
Glory to the Daylong.
Thanks, Betsy. So you saw the Nidus. You saw... Okay. We saw the Nidus, and you're like... Adepts. I mean, the answer is to make sure you have vision of your base and build a stalker, ideally. The problem is if he puts it at the front, it's actually super dangerous. But in the main, you can kill it.
Research finished.
Oh no. If Brenda was a little quicker on that one, then you probably would have lost right there. The thing is, like, you really do just need to chrono units with this.
Your base is crumbling under enemy attack.
Like, get warp gate done and... It's a one base Nidus, so... If I was to do a fan art of you, Angry Coach, hit someone while piloting or riding an SC unit, what choice unit should I do? Obviously a queen. Come on. Think about me. Me 1/3 the size of the queen, riding on those top broad shoulders. Think about it. I'm pretty sure queens, like, IRL, in real life, in, like, lore size, are actually, like, 15 feet tall or something like that.
Enemies in your base. Looking for your Artosis pylons.
As responses go, besides the shield batteries being vulnerable here, this isn't terrible. Like, the stalkers and shield batteries are probably your best bet. So this was well handled. How do you lose the game from here? And the queen is riding an ultra. Oh, come on. Okay, so like... So let's here you go. I got you. This is so like you got this. And then there you go. Oh, yeah. Well, you got the gist of it. Classic. What the fuck is this mind game? Wow. What the fuck is all this? What is all this? GG just in case. Maybe, you know, moving on. I don't...
I'm here in the shadows.
Guys going for a hive and burrow.
I return to serve.
While saying he's about to lag out. Like, come on. He just Nidus all in. He just Nidus. Don't trust this man.
Research is done.
Okay. So how many... Aphora. A for alive. Answer me these questions. How many minerals does it take to create a new Nexus? And how many minerals do you have in terms of Nexi? All right, Protoss players, get your hands off the keyboard. We're counting again. Okay, so let's count on your left hand. My stage right. We got one base. We got two base. Okay, two Nexi, and then we count on their side. Here we go again. Now, even though he has multiple hatcheries, this is still how many mineral lines? You got one. He's got two. Okay. If this number is not greater than this number, you have to really fucking tell me why you're attacking. If it's a 2-base Zerg against a 2-base Protoss, why are all of our very focused efforts attacking in to a player with the same amount of base? Arguably, Protoss units on the same economy are better, and usually that's true. All you have to do, take a goddamn third, max out on a more, or maybe look at his third. Maybe, I don't know, does he only have two? Maybe fucking find out. Maybe do that. Maybe not sit here blinking so much you can't focus on anything else. But he attacked me. I have to attack him. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Your forces are just a little bit.
Thankfully, he's leading you to his third. If he didn't wrangle you to his third here, I don't think we would have seen it. Oh, is that a third? How fucking convenient. Good thing you out-microed that hatch. That was looking dangerous for a second. Out-microing the hatchery was definitely the most important thing to do with 1,500 minerals and 500 goddamn gas!
Get the fuck out of here!
This is literally you partying. You're partying this. You're partying with a victory. You've decided, instead of making any efforts to win the game, you'll blink your way into a defeat.
Recall. Your base is under attack. Research. Oh.
All you had to do was not attack. Once again, every fucking Protoss today, it continues to be true. All you had to do was not attack. But you decided, I'm gonna micro my way out of this one. And then you finally built Immortal and Archons. Low and B fucking hold. Wow.
Check the replay. Find that play button.
It's not even over here, but it's close enough. I don't blame you. Jesus Christ. Shame on you. Shame on you. All you had to do was not attack.
Shame.
Get your hands out. Take your hand before you attack. I want you, all you Protoss, take your fucking hands off the keyboard and count how many bases. Look at your fingers, okay? And from there, if the Zerg doesn't have more, then don't attack. You know what to do. Here's the problem. Here's what's worse. Here's why I lose faith and I have so much respect for my mother. And yours. In other ways. They're not gonna fucking learn. They're not gonna... Some of them are just never gonna fucking learn. Some should be left behind. That is my opinion. Shame.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
The emoji continues. With that said, for, what is this? Oh, wait, it's diamond. Yeah, that's, Wait, what level of diamond? D3? It's a C for D3, and a C minus for D2. It's like, I see why you're diamond, but... But, I also see why you're diamond. Power modes! Are any of the people I still haven't done the Angry Coach replays? Like, Maru, not that Maru, but that Maru, from, like, several weeks ago? Power modes. What the fuck? Another Protoss, but this one has 1,000 games this season. So... PVZ is the weakest matchup. And even off-racing a bit, as I recommend. Not a lot, but a bit. Is that Masters? Oh my god. Believe it or not, playing games shows improvement. I assume early pool. Wow, it's been a while. Where are the Zergs? They're all in GM. No, that's not true. Protoss is mostly in GM. What the fuck? Okay, when was the last time you lost to a Zerg? Yesterday. You might be like, wow, look at all those games. Yeah, that's 2 days. What is this 6-minute bullshit? I mean, I think that'll be the most helpful thing. I think at this stage, looking at the 6-minute, 5-minute games is probably better. If I don't think it's enough, I'll look at a second one. But, okay, I've got a solution for you. We're not going to look at this game. Veto Submarine. Alright, there's your solution. If every game you lose is in the first 7 minutes, and they're on Submarine, veto it. Let's look at... Submarine, loss, 3 minutes. Submarine, win, 5 minutes, but it's PvP. Submarine, win, 6 minutes. Submarine, loss, 3 minutes. Win, 6 minutes. Win, 11 minutes. Lost 6 minutes. Lost 5 minutes. Lost 6 minutes. Lost 3 minutes. When it's Veto Submarine. That is my advice. It's not like his average game length is like the average length of a StarCraft game, like pro games, is probably about 8 or 9 minutes. It's just pro players build armies and kill each other pretty quick, and so do high-level players, so... When was the last time you lost a game that was over 10 minutes? This one's closest. Oh, here we go. PvP. You know what? We're looking at this one. If you veto maps, you will sit in queue longer. Yes, it will be like 17 seconds instead of 12. Also, that's probably not true either. Think about the people that also vetoed maps. What do you say? Like, what level are you? Is that Cyril on a Smurf account? Because who's sitting in queue for longer than a minute? Unless it's like 5 a.m. on a Tuesday. And even then. I think I was D3 of this game. 5 a.m. on a Tuesday is not the most popular time for Sc2 players, I will give you that. But even then, not really my experience. Link your account. I'd like to see what MMR and what server, and how many games you play. And I'll give you a replay for free. Just hit me up. Yeah, you will get matched with the same guy, but that doesn't mean there's no one playing. Wait a few minutes. Also, play on the server that is actually active at that time. Like, if you're from the great state of California, and it's 3 a.m., maybe play EU. Unless you want the Australians. Either way, it's going to be like 200-something ping, so...
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Additional supply depots.
He's the Protoss. Yeah, I just realized. I just zoned out. It's not APM spam. It's APM warm-up. Let's Camille. Yeah, it was because it was sped up. It looked bad. It's fine. The fact that you recognized what I was looking at so quickly means it's fine.
The enemy is attacking your probes. You have left your probes undefended.
That's a wall, I guess? Because this actually blocks Reapers. I don't know. I don't wall the Reaper. They always seem to get in anyways. And it becomes vulnerable, but it is definitely... Like, right now, I think pros are at, like, 50-50 on it. Maybe leaning more towards not walling the Reaper, but it doesn't really matter. What percentage of players use camera locations? Like, what percentage of those with ESL points or those without?
The enemy is attacking your probes.
The firstborn shall persevere. Glory.
Without? Well, that's a very big... I think in Masters, probably at least like 60 to 70%. Even of not... And Zergs are at like 90%. Below Masters, the number drops by like probably 20% per league. And yes, I know, I got the math on that.
Glory to the dead.
Your nexus is under assault.
So the answer is 1 stalker and a battery. I think we're getting there. Power modes, can you tell me what I'm gonna do now? We'll just take a guess. Can you tell me? You've been here, you played enough. No. Be more specifically. Strike me. I have been strucketh. No. More specifically. Yell at me for charge all in. What? I didn't even see the charge. Well, here we go. Anyways. Jimmy, make the yelling. Oh no. Don't you dare. 1 sec. My yelling will stand by, giving him more time to figure out what I'm gonna say here. Okay. Well, anyways.
See, normally if you go one-on-one
Okay, so
with
in
another wrestler, you got a
StarCraft,
50-50
in
chance of winning.
StarCraft,
But I'm a genetic
16
freak.
out of 16, as we have here, doesn't matter. You could go up to 24 on minerals and still get more minerals. It's better than I'm sitting around the fucking robotics facility, let alone the fact you're literally not doing anything. You're not doing it. You're sitting there with idle fucking probes because you're addicted to the stupid 16 out of 16 because it turns red. It turns red. Oh no, it turns fucking red after 16. No, it really should turn yellow all the way up to 24. But no, you're over here. I can't go for 16 because then it's red, and that's bad. I'm losing out on like 300 minerals a minute and a couple hundred gas a minute because I can't handle it turning red. Because there's one fucking bunker with a stupid ass Reaper. I have a shield battery I could overcharge, but no. Here we go. But red is bad. The shield battery could heal through for like 10 seconds as well, if required, which it shouldn't be. On top of the fact, why are we going charged with one gate? How much are they charging for gates nowadays? Too much, apparently.
Research complete.
And why can't Protoss players just learn how to play StarCraft? Why has every single Protoss player today done some drunken impression that offended most people of how to play Protoss? That's all we've seen today. This is just a slightly more polished late charge lot all-in. By that I mean, like, at least there was some effort put in, but we still failed at hitting on time because of one bunker with a Reaper. Yeah, that pylon. Not even worry about that. Like, what I mean by hitting on time, like, you know, having charge lots when charge finishes to attack with is usually what I would define that as. But I mean, the idea's there. It's so late, there are just Hellions in your base. And this isn't even particularly quick. Oh my god. Alright, everybody, get your fucking fingers out. Hands off the keyboard, you stupid ass Protoss. Okay, so, on your left hand, stage right, this hand. Over here, you see? Okay, wait, let me help. See? This hand. This is the one, okay? Oh, this one, not the one I'm using. This one, alright? Alright, okay. So, we're gonna count how many bases we have. Alright, we got 1. We got 2. 2 base. Okay. How many bases does our opponent have? Okay, let's count. We see 1. We can probably assume there's 2. So, as I've told every single Protoss today, if these numbers are equal, then maybe, at the very least, reconsider. And, if you're not sure, the answer is don't fucking attack. And if you are sure, you're a goddamn idiot and I can't help you. If his number is higher, then attack. Okay. If his number is lower, then what the fuck are you doing? If they're equal, that's when there's some room for debate. They'll essentially smearing some liquids that it's unclear how they exist on yourself is not considered debate. By the way.
Oh, it's so fucking stupid. It hurts so much. This is the stupidest fucking thing in the world.
Doesn't he need counter damage after losing so many probes? Why did he lose so many probes? Because he was doing a late-ass charge lot all-in, and all his units were halfway across the map. If he hadn't been doing a stupid attack at a late timing, He wouldn't have lost all of his goddamn probes. It's on me. This is the worst possible replay you could have picked. I could have just... I don't know why you decided to try. Is this what you're doing most games? I noticed your average game time is pretty short, so maybe it is. Maybe that's how we got to Masters. But Winter, he has a third command center. He has siege tanks. Why would that do any... Wow. He killed 25 probes with a single Hellion drop. So yeah, don't do a charge. Charge Auto-Ins were barely good in Wings of Liberty. It's like, but I've been doing the same build for 15,000 games since Wings of Liberty. Well, I would believe you. It's essentially the same build. Build a Warp Prism, try to get in their main, and hope that Terran has a mental breakdown, because we have nothing to follow it up. Obviously, for Masters, that's terrible. For Masters, that's a D+. I know it's obviously not indicative of most of your games, and you play a lot of them. But that was just bad. And if you're like, well, that was the worst game you could have picked, the fact that it exists is the problem. The fact that there is a game in the last day I could pick. Easy win, and I'm new. Alright. Citation needed. You're new? I played like 15 games? Alright, I went to the BattleNet profile of this motherfucker. The one that has 8,700 games, including 570 this season. So tell me right now. Are you new? Are you this player who's new and played 15 games? Are you just fucking lying? Or are you fucking lying? Take your pick. Which lie are we believing? I did what 98% of people in general will not do, which is spend 3 seconds finding more information.
Oh, a follower.
I'm sorry I called you out on this.
He forgot the extra 2 zeros.
Whichever lie he chooses to go with will determine how long he's timeouted for. And if he doesn't choose one, then he gets banned. Pick a lie. I'll tell you which is worse. How did I do it? Here's what I did. On Sc2 replay stats, I know. Ta-da! Wow. 2 clicks. What? Okay, he's pleading stupidity, so we'll give him a day to contemplate the choices he's made in his life and maybe finally realize what's happening. So, the answer was, the better lie was, that's not really me, I was just joking. I was memeing, bro, which is just fucking stupid and loses what little respect I didn't have in the first place. But, did I time out? No, I didn't. It's the right guy. Maybe he shares the account. Oh, yeah. The free-to-play StarCraft account in Masters. That's the one. So, hopefully this will help. I don't think he realized yet, because he's not compared to the sun, he is, himself. That's how bright he is. The God, you're amazing. Love you. Please show Terran versus Terran. Okay. See, here's what I think. You know what? I'll give him this. His name might be Enigma. Because a lot of people don't realize in SC2 you can choose whatever fucking name you want. Within certain limits, obviously, but there is a non-zero chance that is his in-game StarCraft name. To which I say, wow. And if it's not the case, still, wow. Either way, beautiful. My sister just started playing and is a true Bronze League hero, says Mad Eye. A gold Protoss. Why do I have a feeling that this is going to be somehow better than most of the gold Protoss we've seen tonight, or the Protoss in general? Wait, did we give a score for that last one? No. We got to give that. That's obviously shame. For that level, Mose, you know.
Shame.
That was a shameful game.
Shame. Shame.
Though, like, I'm sure it works plenty of the time. You gave a D+, but I had to edit. I had to crunch the numbers. Welcome to Gold League. So, this is how we know we're in Gold League. The reply was prioritized over building another chrono boosted probe. So, wait, why is there? Okay, the radius. So I'll give her some credit. She didn't send this in. Her brother, in his waste, spent $15 on me judging a gold Protoss instead of providing his own gameplay, which is probably significantly worse. So that is just a bitch move in general. But sure, we're accepting the alleged story here. Okay, there's no gas on the other side. I can't be as harsh on someone who's sending in by proxy, because that's how it is. So at least we got gas. Tech on time. So lacking... Yeah. Is that +1 air weapons? A singular commitment to Void Race.
Prismatic core online.
Of all the things, this is a minor complaint, given everything else, but it must be said, and it must be known. Though it is the intimidation factor that is very important. I will say, that is a very scary Void Ray.
New subscriber detected.
Style points.
So here's another thing that's really cool to use. Hotkeys. Let's try to look that one up. Honestly, pretty impressive macro for 0 control groups. The probe count. Did we lose probes? No, the other guy's been building more, but...
Upgrade complete.
The Legacy of the Voids. Taken very literally. Is that Oracle intentional? More oracles are being built. It does seem to be intentional. Uh-oh. The other guy was inspired. This is classic Meta League. There are 2 options in a mirror matchup. There are 2 options. One is when you see a unit, it's now banned from the game for you. Like, if you see they go Void Rays, you have to go for, like, Phoenixes. You can't go, they pick Void Ray. Option 2. Oh, that looks like a good idea. It appears, here we are. You know, I gotta say, with control groups, the presence of mind to charge up your Void Rays and then drag your camera across the map to use the oracles and then not lose everything at home. Pretty impressive. That is more multitasking than 95% of players through Diamond. With 0 control groups, most players pretend to have at least 1 control group, but we know. Considering the context of... It's not like she sent this in, okay? Considering this is probably someone who is literally playing StarCraft because it seems fun, as opposed to, I want to pretend to be a pro gamer, so I'm justifying all my own issues. It's not bad. Who sent this in? Allegedly her brother. The brother of this player. Saying she is a Bronze League hero. But this looks way better than Bronze, so... You must construct additional pylons, so there you go. This is solid gold. How long is it? It's over. 1-1 the game. So, that is a C+ in that Platinum will eventually show up, but I'm going to put a parentheses with, that's a B if we learn control groups. With control groups and something a little closer to an actual build, that's easily Platinum. I'm gonna have to change the proton. That's fine. Another key point was the, oh, they have Void Rays, not immediately turning and panicking and like trying to switch up into some other tech. That is another staple of the Meta Leagues. It's like, oh, he also went for Void Rays? What counters those? You know what counters Void Rays? Is more fucking Void Rays. There we go. That was probably the best Protoss game tonight. Just obviously judging on a curve. I'm here for the trash games. You missed the other Protoss. And the one Zerg who lasted... The only Zerg game we've had, we never even got to the Zerg actually fighting. We got 8 minutes in, and then we gave up on him building units before staring at whatever units are on his side of the map. I got a Zerg game. Well, you got a random game. Mr. Abyss, who's coming up next, by the way. I'm Liberty, yes. Yes, I see. I know you sent in for 2. So we will have 2. Let's, where's the win rates? Oh, here we go. The struggle is mostly with Terran. And with Zerg. And you played more Zerg. You said random, but I think random means Zerg. What is this? What are you doing in PvT and PvZ? Oh my. Void Rays! One you pick, one I pick? Oh yeah, you have another one, specifically. Excuse me, sir? Have you tried building overlords? I do. Sounds good depth and a disruptor drop. I was about to make fun of you, but then I saw like you're 87% or so, like 16 and 3 in PvZ, so I know it's barely diamond, but still. No spoilers, Mr. Abyss. What type of ZVZ? What type of mirror match would this be? If Twitch chat is right, then I will gift 5 subs to the chat. We will see. I'll be right back, and then we got the Abyss to wrap it up. The Void. The legacy of one. I mean, ZVZ tends more towards that. We will say... Hi, YouTube. What, you think we were going to edit that part out? People are going to sit here and watch you typing in Twitch chat for 5 minutes? Well, make sure to leave that comment on YouTube. Winter, I sat there and I watched the Twitch chat talk about bullshit and spam numbers for 5 minutes, so respect. Like and subscribe. I did tell him my race. Oh yeah, random. So where's this Overlord go? And ZVZ Overlord placement is critical because you can see all the Zerglings come out. To the natural it goes in a sec. Who's natural? Because is he random? Otherwise, why isn't it going towards his third? In a sec. No. You know you can rally from eggs. This is a basic mechanic of Zerg, is especially with your first overlords, for example. You can rally from the eggs, so that way they pop out, go in the right direction, instead of taking your tiny-ass brain to figure out where they're supposed to be. The fact that it doesn't move it, like, the fact that it wasn't rallied at all is already a mistake, and every second on top of that is compounding it. Like, it's like it's a physical reaction I have to the Overlord sitting there. Like, I keep thinking you're AFK. Despite the fact, like, obviously you're building shit. But my like, you rallied the drone! You know how to do it! Look at this! Yeah, like that, but for the unit that takes like a minute and a half to get anywhere. I normally rally the Ovi to my natural. You pick this replay. Let me just remind you of that. And in ZVZ, your first Ovi goes around here. Your second Ovi goes around here. Your third Ovi usually is like a backup, but it's around here. And then you can it matters where you put your Overlords in each matchup. Against Protoss, you can put it the natural, because those fuckboys are cannon rushing every other game they're not doing a charge auto in. Against Terran, you can probably put it your natural as well for the bunker rush reasons. But against Zerg, it is critical you actually see when and where Zerglings can come out, so you don't fucking die or lose half your drones to Zerglings that show up with zero warning. So what you're saying is, you normally do something mediocre, but this time you're just not doing anything at all. That's what I'm seeing here. Protoss are always going for voids. That's just a decoy for the charge lots. Obviously. The void rays are halluc. Don't trust me? If this idiot was intelligent enough, and of course you weren't thinking about this either, your overlords stared at each other. He could have verified that you were Zerg by seeing your first Ovi. And in fact, I would have been suspicious of you. Because my Ovi would have been, like, the second Ovi should come out at a certain timing. Your Ovi is taking fucking forever. This guy's doing the same goddamn thing over here. So you're both so incompetent, you actually can't get scouting information like this. At the higher level, it's Cyril versus whoever Zerg is going to do surprisingly well against him. Then the Overlord timings are down to the second. Like, if those Overlords aren't Spider-Man memeing each other at certain timings, you know something's up. Here, all you know is both players are terrible. I know he drone scouted. I know why you're saying that. That's my point. I know why you're saying it, but I'm giving a lot more context here, some of which is productive. Stop typing and start checking whether or not He has an expansion done. At this point, you shouldn't be building more drones and chatting it up. This is the time to check. Oh, wait a fucking second. His hatchery is only 1/3 done. That is kind of the most relevant point here. Are you going to react to that? Okay. Thank you. Well, as soon as you see it, you got to back the fuck up, because believe it or not, he probably has a queen done.
It's all done.
Where the fuck are you going? That doesn't work. Remember the Spider-Man memeing? He can see you. That's what it... I don't care if he has the cool skin like your edgy cousin. He's gonna be able to see you, but because he has an overlord at his natural like an idiot. But either way, where the fuck are you going? Well, your best chance is to actually outrun him. You might be like, well, Winter, I'm just using that to block the queen. And that might be well and good, but I just saw you click 4 times on top of that pervert pillar. Like that was a solution. You have to recognize that he's also a Zerg player with Zerg units.
The enemy is attacking your swarm.
Revenge! You don't need creep spread against someone who's likely to have way more Zerglings quicker than you. This is the scenario where it helps him. I shift queued it to move it past the pillar. When? Where? Where did you do that? You did. He did. So I'm mildly wrong, but my point of it shouldn't have been there in the first place was very right.
The swarm is threatened.
You see the natural. If it's not done by the time yours is, you back the fuck up. Because a queen's coming or Zerglings are, and you need to see either. Oh my god. What do I do? More queens. More queens. Also, Overlord. Multiple Overlords. So now, like, you should never be in a scenario where your first OV dies to a queen. Let alone a scenario where your first OV dies to a queen, your supply block. Your first OV can die to a queen if you're over, like, 40 supply. Sometimes players will send 2 queens at it, and sometimes your OV will die. But that one, you just left hanging there.
New queen. Brenda's here. She's all done evolving. For now, anyway.
Okay. +1 ranged attack. For the queens. Obviously. That's a smart move. At what point will you remember that you might want roaches? Like, you can't just... You're sitting here, your opponent has gotten all the same shit as you with expanding slower. The only thing he doesn't have +1 ranged attack, but +1 ranged attack on only queens is not incredibly helpful, as good as queens are. They don't need the upgrades. You can't just get +1 ranged and call it a day. No. Oh my god. Come on. Jesus Christ. You might be like, well, what's wrong with this? I need to deal... You got 1,000 minerals. You got 270 gas. You got +1 ranged for queens. No roach warning. No lair. Nothing else in production. Supply blocked like 4 times because he built 1 queen and it's all been downhill since then. No third base, even though we've had banelings against no banelings. You kind of just... You can't put your build on pause until he has no units left on the map. Because if he's mildly competent, which occasionally players will be, he'll have more units by the time you kill these lings, and then you'll, and I quote directly, fucking die. This, I don't care if all of them get hit by 1 Bane. Every moment of this is a failure. 1,400. You built 24 more lings. Jesus Christ. You literally are about to finish +1 ranged attack. How do you not realize there's no roach one? Is it gonna take seeing his roaches before you remember roaches exist? It's not pick ban. It's a, oh yeah, I already upgraded that unit. Maybe I should actually get it situation, I think. Unfortunately, both players, did the people pick I'll have what he's having? I think they did, because both players are doing it. You see what happened? Motherfucker over here has a roach warren done with a lair, but he just got killed by Lings and Banes. So what is he building? Lings. So let's give the people their subs before it gets worse. Like, I didn't say I'll have what he's having was based on units that were good. No, it's just based on what they see because they're looking that they have tunnel vision. Like, it doesn't mean, oh, that's a good idea. It means, oh, that's what's directly in front of my face. That's it. That's as far as I can think. I was going to go Roach, Hydra, Lurker the entire time? Well, then why didn't you go Roaches, Hydras, or Lurkers? Explain to me how you were going to go Roach, Hydra, Lurker without Roach, Hydra, Lurker. You might be like, well, it was delayed. That wasn't the entire fucking time then. Either the first or second half of your statement was a goddamn lie. They are contradictory. Because building a bunch of Lings and Banes with no Roach Warren is not the entire time. It was, I fucked around jerking off Zerglings with a few Banelings for extra flavor, and then I went Roach Hydra, or it wasn't the entire time. Either way. I was gonna go Roach, Hydra, Lurker the entire time. That's why I needed 8 more Banes. That's what I needed for it.
Mutation done. You can.
He saw his Bane. Oh shit, did he see his Banes? You gotta get more Banes. He has Banes. Look, he has Banes. Oh my god. We gotta get Banes. Yeah, look. Look at this micro. Oh my god, his Banelings. We need more Banes. Oh, we got... I can't believe he got the hatch. Wait. Okay. Good job. We're building 12 more Lings. Roach, Hydra, Lurker the entire time, besides the first 6.5 minutes. Now we're getting... we're going Roach, Hydra, Lurker, and now we're going... And now we just, without ever at any point going anywhere besides wasting 100 in time on an upgrade. Now we're going Ling... Because it's working. Like, why wouldn't it keep working? Like, it's working so far. Like, +2 melee, so Bane's one-shot workers. I want you to take all your workers and shoot them in the fucking head with as many shots as it fucking takes. Because working for you is probably worse than dying. Jesus Christ. If that's really what you're going to bring to the table here, then I want to smash your head into that table and make it a modern art piece of the death of humanity. That's what I want. The reason we're not doing Strike 3 is because I want to see how far they'll go back and forth with the I'll have what he's having. Like, I'm excited for when the Lurkers show up, the Hydra den to start.
You took all the minerals from that cluster, you thief.
A Roach Warren? And Baneling speed. Okay. That Roach Warren, right on time. Good Queen Micro. What the fuck is this? Okay, sure. Hydra Den. Right on time. Can I get a Spire as well? Oh, we don't have the gas. Are those Hydras? Oh my god, those are Hydras. We've been over this. Believe it or not, he also has Overlords. I know it sounds crazy.
Mineral field depleted. You're all mined out of that. Mutation finished. Evolution complete.
The injects aren't terrible. The things there that the larva is used on the other hand. You know, we could have started. There's the +2, just in time. At least this time we have ranged units. Yeah, what's impressive about the resource floating is neither of them have a huge economy either. This is like, they're both mining solidly off 2.5 bases. This isn't like 90 drones and 10 hatcheries or something, no. This is like the very baseline of a decent-ish macro. And of course, we can't spend the money. No chance. Like,
Your swarm is now bigger. On purpose?
Are those lurkers? Oh my god, lurkers? Wait, you know the counter to lurkers is lurkers. Oh my... Lingbane was overrated. Good thing we didn't waste any money on upgrades. Otherwise, that would have been kind of dumb.
Evolution complete.
There's the lurker den.
Mutation.
38 more links. Okay.
Mined out of that cluster.
But Winter, I didn't have gas. So you needed to max out on links. Okay.
Nice. Your Zerg have evolved. Mineral patch is gone.
I like the pullback. No, I only wanted to waste 200 gas on Banes, not 400. Come on. Am I not generous? By the way, literally 2 seconds before the hive finishes. In 2 seconds, we need to get all of the critical upgrades that the opponent already has. Besides basic upgrades, which of course he doesn't. But instead, what are we doing?
And it's not coming back.
Actually, he has hotkeys for his hive, for his spawning. He actually just used a spawning pool hotkey to research adrenal glands. You might be like, Winter, does he need adrenal glands? No. That's not what we're talking about here. That is not at all what we're talking about here. This is like... In all of this, this is a presidential tweet level of... What? Where did that come from? Okay, fine. But everything else is kind of a total disaster, but sure. Alright, I guess we're hotkeying the spawning pool. Because that is high on the priority list. Now, another thing. Do we need to use gas on, say, fucking adrenal glands over lurker upgrades? What do you think is going to be more critical to our game plan here? Lurkers or a couple dozen Zerglings? We only have a hotkey for the spawning pool, so... It was so... I know why you have it! I know why it's there! That's not what we're talking about at all! The point is that you do! The point is that we went out of our way at any point to hotkey the spawning pool to get adrenal glands, which, in a vacuum, isn't a terrible idea. But, like, 90% of the time, it's just an impressive and creative way to waste your money. I will give you that. Like, this is unique. I haven't really seen much of this before. This seems like something a Terran would do. Like, I hotkeyed my proxy NG base, so I only research high-sec auto-tracking on it. It's like, oh, okay, I gotta...
Your brood is under attack. Brood under attack. Panic time.
That wasn't bad. That was fine. Where are you going? What are we doing now? Okay. There's the Overlord. We gotta get the Operation Overlord over here. Gotta chase him down. I mean, I have no idea where the Ovies were going. Did you just...
All done evolving.
What was that?
For now, anyway. Your swarm is now bigger and weirder.
Winter, what? This is... We've slipped into the pick ban level. That he has lurkers. You know what you can build? Fucking lurkers. You can also build lurkers. You just upgraded them. Technically, corrosive bile can counter lurkers, but the amount of the potential for error and the amount of micro you would be required to do is far, far too great to justify that choice, especially when you're just getting lurker upgrades anyways.
Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice.
Of all the times to build lurkers, this was by far the worst.
Your brood.
See, lurkers don't work, Winter. Lurkers don't work. They don't work.
The enemy is attacking your swarm. You're all mined out of
Right
that
there,
one,
proof.
The swarm is threatened. They're attacking your creep team. Drones under attack. Mutation done. Save them? You engage the enemy. Evolution.
What you're gonna want to do is build any units right now. Not just lurkers. Anything with your 15 larvae. Oh wait, we wasted all the gas on Ravagers earlier.
Brood under attack.
Wow, this is a mess.
Mineral patch is gone, and it's not coming back.
This is a disaster.
Your extractor has stopped, extracting?
Ricky! It's Ricky! The accidental swarm host. A classic. All you had to do was, like, not make your lurkers in front of his lurkers. Like, make them before you get that. Like, there were a lot of things. Like, remembering what units you have as a Zerg player. And what upgrades they use. That's most of, like, maybe, like, have the Prima strategy guide taped over your second monitor or some shit. I don't know. So that way you don't have to see it on your main screen before you realize what units you can build. I'm talking about the opponent, of course, not you.
Your brood is under attack. Base under assault. The swarm is threatened to do. A mineral field has been depleted. They're creeping on your creep tumors. Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game? Brood under attack. Panic time. Base under attack. The enemy is attacking your swarm. Your drones are under attack. It's a disaster. You engage the enemy. On purpose?
Oh, it's so fucking stupid. It hurts so much.
Base under attack. Hide your queens. Hide your hives. The enemy's all brood under attack. Panic time. I've never seen this screen before. Wow.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
You took a game where you were winning decisively for like 70% of it, and you made it come down to who kills the other's hatcheries first. You nearly grasped defeat from the gaping jaws of victory. It was an impressive set of maneuvering to get that far. I am impressed by your ability to screw yourself out of a victory. That was... And if I was judging based on that replay, What is this? Diamond? Diamond. It's a C+. The plus is essentially only because of getting upgrades. They weren't good upgrades, but at least you got them. Five gifted subs. I already gifted. We already saw it was going to be one of those have what he's having games very early. From the first couple sets of Zerglings. Now I get to pick. It became incredibly clear where we were going. Let's get a Terran game. Let's get a Terran game for contrast. Because we only had one... We had two Terran. We had Kybrid, who was surprisingly competent. And we had Ardrith, the model student. I hope to ruin this. Here we go. TVP. Everyone's favorite matchup in Diamond. Supply block for 2 of the first 10 minutes. Beautiful. I mean, credit for playing random, but I have said many times over that I don't recommend playing random until at least higher Diamond, if not Masters. I didn't start playing random until I had already gotten Masters with each individual race, because I think it dilutes the ability to improve, especially if you have a relatively limited time, too much. It makes it too hard to focus on where your issues are with one race, and you just end up being kind of mediocre across most of the board. I forgot the Twitch emote sprays. I mostly forget sprays until I play MCAN.
Better than ever.
You need to build another you need to build your second depot. Like, no, it's late. It's late. Like,
more supply depots. And
so you lost the Reaper. You need to not have your second depot be late. I don't know how to explain to you how to build a second depot. Besides, you build it on 21 supply. Just replace depot replace pylon with depot in the build. He was doing something weird that threw me out. He stole your gas. Who cares? 90% of Terran builds don't even need a second gas. Like, you need to have any... You lost your Reaper. Where are his units gonna go? Like, why are the Marines killing the gas you don't need? Instead of in the bunker, where obviously his units are going to show up.
Time to lift to the corner.
Where are you going? This is why you can't go reactored mines either, because at some point he may build units. I forgot those Marines existed. So what, you just think you have no units at all? Which is a classic Terran feeling. What the, how, this is all, I mean, I've been here. Every Terran has been here. But like, you just think you have nothing? He has two stalkers, like, well, guess I'm fucked. I gotta... If there were 2 Marines in that bunker, it would be essentially fine. Oh my god. What am I watching? I mean, you need to... I don't know what... This is the kind of stuff that loses you games. The 2 Marines needed to be in the bunker. There's a reason you built the bunker. Or at least, we can pretend there's a reason you built the bunker. It's to put the Marines in. I don't care if he stole your gas. You have access. You don't need 4 gas as a Terran opener. Kill it with your Marine 7 and 8. Fine.
Ready for dust off.
I don't recommend going reactored with a mine essentially ever as an opener, because otherwise you don't have any. If you're liable to lose your Marines in your own fucking base, do not go reactored widow mine. Okay? Until you can remember that your Marines are right there shooting at a simulator next to all your SCVs, you don't get to go for reactored factory against Protoss anymore. Not anymore. That's, where, Jimmy? Where am I? Oh. Okay. None of that shit. Fuck.
Stand ready. SCV ready.
An armory. I know why. Don't explain to me why. But, why?
Ready for dust off.
Supply depots are in short supply.
The armory... are we really waiting for it? Okay. Not all Protoss are that terrible. This is the most standard thing in the world, is to have one observer here, one observer looking for drops. That is credit to the Protoss. He's mildly competent. That is, if you take anything away from observers, like in pro games, you'll see that. So you were just standing there, and he was just waiting for when you finally showed up. Relying on... There's no reason you need to go reactored widow mines. Oh my god. Stupid fucking widow mines are gonna get stupid fucking down.
The enemy engaged your forces.
I hate widow mines. Wait, are we gonna build an NG bay? Or 2? Any amount is fine, really. More than 0, ideally. When you're going bio. Well, I guess I'm not wanted here. Sit the fuck down, Gary! What the fuck? There's a non-reactor Rex, right? I wanted tanks. I wanted upgrades, but we don't always get what we want. And maybe we shouldn't have gone reactored widow mine in the first place. Maybe there's that as well.
Add-on finished up. You picked that one?
Now here's the beauty of this. If we just skipped here, we didn't quite look at the timer. We didn't look right at the timer, and we didn't we looked at the supplies and the build. Still, the Terran comes down to like it's pretty close to where it's supposed to be. It's late. If the upgrades were started, it would look pretty close to what it's supposed to look like. Okay, what could go wrong?
You took all the minerals.
Okay, never mind. We're back in the tunnel. This is no Ardrith. Okay. We are gonna stay. We're gonna try to boost after the shotgun drop and hope for the best.
You must construct additional supply depots.
We were always in the tunnel. It's just there was like a screen showing the outside halfway through, and you started licking it because you could taste the air. But really, it tasted like LCD screen. And people were looking at you like, what the fuck is wrong with that dude? And then some guy's like, oh, he started playing random at Diamond. And the others are like, oh. Classic mistake.
Build supply depot. Your add-on has been constructed. Mineral research all done.
Which means we're hard stuck in this diamond level. By this diamond level, I mean I've got 3 medevacs. I've got Marines and
It's easy
Marauders.
upgraded, but at what cost?
And I'm gonna try my damnedest to find an opportunity to lift them up and not, bring them across the map.
Ready for dust off.
I mean, I guess I give some credit for not trying to meta... Sir, would you like one large entree, or would you like your entree with a side of 2 medevacs? I'll take the 2 medevacs, please, thank you. That looks like a bit too large of an army for me to... Oh, it's separate. It's separate, the medevacs. Oh. Okay. Fine. Sure. Yes. I'll take 2. I'll take 2. So you managed to split up your army into perfectly sized pieces so neither of them would get any damage. Well done.
Mineral patch is gone, and it's not coming back.
You know, the thing is, you would beat this army with 2 more medevacs worth of units. Maybe not anymore. But the first army, you could have fought him in his own choke point. Let's go back. Like, let's make it clear. You just dropped yourself out of a potential victory. The upgrades are rough. The upgrades are bad, obviously. But you could have had all of your army spread out along this area with him having to come in between his own nexus and his own gate with things like Archons and Stalkers. But instead, you decided to split off 20 fucking supply, which is most of your army supply lead, and then leave the rest of your army unable to fight even a kind of small army. You went out of your way to give him a better chance of winning. Which is, I will give you that, a classic Diamond Terran move.
Took all the minerals from that cluster. GG. Next time.
Whoop. Is that how you spell? I don't think I've ever seen... That's one of those things that even if you're reading like subtitles of a show that is probably a little dated... Is that how you spell it? Urban Dictionary. All right. Could not find it on Urban Dictionary. Huh. So, how fast was your first internet connection, The Abyss? Could it be described with a K on the end of it? What, is there a K? I'm 21. I'm sorry to hear that. Whoopty. Okay, with all that said, well, C-. You went out of your way. Now, from the start, from the build order start, you went out of your way to screw yourself over. And that's a classical Terran move. You weren't really a bitch, so I can't put it in that column. But unfortunately, Ardrith pumped up the Marine count to 100%. Right there, we had to divide it, not in half, but just enough of it so that way it is only good for memes. That's what we ended up. So no euthermal builds. If euthermals build, once again, fucking Terran players. By the way, if this is the reaction you're trying to get, then congratulations, you're gonna get it. But fucking Terran players, is euthermals build to lose his Reaper and then forget his Marines so that way he loses 7 SCVs to Stalkers when he could have stopped them without any damage? Is that the build? Is that the build he put out? Because that would explain a lot of his Twitter. That might have been it. It might have been, okay, all right. Lose Reaper, forget Marines, Reactor Widowmine. Right? That's the build. You literally, like, we cannot gloss over the 2 Marines that are shooting at an assimilator in the main. 2 Marines aren't a lot unless they're in a bunker against 2 Stalkers. Then, they're the difference between winning and losing the game sometime. You just forgot all of your units. At that time, it was 100% of your units, and they were in your base, and you somehow forgot them. You built a building that only they could enter productively, and you forgot them. But oh sure, no more euthermal builds. Sure. Sorry, euthermal. People fucking up your builds. No more. I apologize. They did the best they could. Bless their hearts. And with that, bless everyone's hearts. As that concludes our, not our first, but the newest Angry Coach Marathon of 2021. A lot of interesting dynamics at play, but a lot of the same as well. So, I hope you enjoyed, and we're 4 hours in. Just go back to if you're gonna fall asleep, skip to the part where I yelled, go past it, and then watch the other, and then pick a different fucking video, because there are dozens of these now. Like, I stopped putting the number on them, because 1, I lost track, and 2, it seemed like it was wasting character space. So, thank you for watching. Good fucking night.